Right, let's try that again. Good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me now in the chat. Welcome to round 8 of the British Championships. I'm Adam Hunt, this is Danny Gormally. We're at the business end of the tournament really here now, and we're hoping for some exciting and interesting games today, which are going to play a big role in deciding where the title goes. So, just having a look at the standings first of all. You've got Michael Adams and Daniel Fernandez, who have taken a point lead over the rest of the field, both on 6 out of 7. Yi-Chen Han is the only player on 5 out of 7, and then you've got a pack of a number of players who are on 4.5. Now realistically, I think it's fair to say here, Danny, is it that the winner is almost certainly going to come from the top 3 there?
Yeah, I think the only other player has a realistic chance is Yi-Chen Han, and that's interesting to see because he's a very young player, and so we're going to get a clash of generations today. It's going to be White against Fernandez. He's already played a very aggressive opening with his H4 in the Scotch. So the Scotch defence is an opening that is a very aggressive setup for White.
It was Kasparov's favourite, wasn't it?
Well, one of his favourites. I mean, he played it famously in the 1993 match against our own Nigel Short, and obviously he was very well prepared in that. But generally in that match, I think Nigel played move bishop c5, and maybe not knight f6 so much. But Michael Adams tends to play knight f6 a lot. I've actually had a game against him in the Scotch defence myself as White, going back to 2018 in Hull. And I played a line with an early a3, which to be honest was a load of rubbish, but it was interesting. Probably doesn't lead to a worse position for White, but this move h4 I ended up playing in a slightly different position. But the move h4 is very useful because in some variations White can play the move bishop to g5, hitting the queen directly. So very interesting. I like the way that Yi-Chen is playing this opening. He's going for it. He's not trying to make a draw, it would seem. I think he's choosing the right approach. A draw on paper would be a good result for Yi-Chen, but it's hard to just make a draw with someone of Adams' level. You know, even if you're White, how do you make a draw? Do you play something like really boring, like the Torre attack, or
do you play with aggression and you know, hope that the final?
Exactly, that's the old advice, is to play aggressively and hope. I remember I played a tournament in France many years ago and offered a draw to my opponent before the game because I needed a draw for GM norm, and he declined, and then I played really wet with White. So the guy was a decent player, he was Ukrainian, he was 25-80, obviously a good player. Ended up getting ground down, played a poor game because I was just too timid. You don't go into the right attitude. Also got an interesting game on board too. Harry Grieve against Daniel Fernandez. Obviously Fernandez is tied for the lead, so critical moments here. Harry Grieve, funnily enough, I saw earlier when I was on the bus, and the bus passed Harry Grieve was walking on the road. I saw him from the bus, and he looked in a very good mood. It's funny when you see people when they don't realise you've noticed them. You actually get a better, sometimes you get a better sort of like idea of how they're feeling, right? Because if somebody sees that they might kind of put on a false, but when you see somebody and they don't realise, he looked in a very good mood. So actually I've got a feeling that Harry Green might pull off an upset win today and really turn the tournament on its head.
It's an interesting choice of openings by Fernandez here. He's gone for a Petrov defence, which has a reputation for being extremely solid but hard to win with. Daniel mentioned to us in his analysis yesterday that he often preps against the player rather than against the opening, so to speak.
Right.
So he had some ideas, his own ideas about maybe Harry's strengths and weaknesses, and he's obviously
he's very much into psychology. He even said that I have a weakness, which I was shocked by.
Yeah, it's just simply not true. Something wrong with the sound now, somebody is saying.
Okay. Picture is frozen.
Possibly. Everything looks okay our side. Okay, thank you. Some other people are saying it's fine, so we'll carry on. So yeah, Petrov defense, interesting choice by black. So knight f6, knight takes e5, d6, knight f6, sorry, knight f3, takes, d4, d5, bishop d3.
Yeah, there's not much to say about this variation. That hasn't been said before. Bishop d3, the very topical stuff. What they used to play bishop e7, put the knight on c6.
Okay.
Which is very solid for black.
Castles or c4? Or...
Yeah, let's say castle. Just, you know, castles, c4, knight c6. Variations like this are playable for both sides. But what they tend to do now, Adam, instead of bishop e7, what is very popular is they go bishop d6. Okay. It's what Caruana played a lot. And interestingly enough, during the World Championship match, I think it was 2020, Magnus Carlsen didn't really go into this Petrov a great deal. So he clearly had a feeling that this Caruana Petrov was a very good
something like this.
Yeah, take on c4 and then bishop f5.
Take on c4 and bishop f5.
Is that
managed
right?
to win?
No, maybe not.
Well done.
Against the 8-year-old. Bishop, yeah, something not right here actually. I feel like I've slightly missed it.
Looks okay. Well, you can play then bishop g4. But
yeah, I feel like here, like black doesn't take, right? Black goes rook e8 actually. Maybe that's more common.
Not take on ec3, you mean?
Yeah. Oh no, maybe knight c3 is a critical move.
Knight c3, bc3, dc4, bishop takes, bishop g4 is.
Yeah, I've had this. There's also, sorry, maybe I'm getting mixed up. Instead of knight to c3, rook e1 is probably more popular.
Right, okay.
And that's also very, very sharp. There's also a possibility of going queen b3. It's got knight d6, which is a crazy move.
I've not seen that one before. So the intention there is presumably to play bishop f5, do you think?
Yeah, I think like bishop f5 is like...
And obviously you stop c4, so...
Bishop f5 is like a result killer, right? You're just killing the game, you're just trying to make the draw. Bit dull, but I don't know, can you even like do that? Because aren't you falling way behind the development? So maybe the plan is to go bishop e7 and do bishop f5 a little bit later.
Right, okay, because what, something like bishop f5, rook e1, bishop e7...
I don't know. Yeah, there doesn't, even here, it looks dubious though, right?
It does look a little bit dubious.
Maybe some bishop g5 is
possibly
playable as well. Or takes queen d3, or takes queen e2.
Yeah.
Haven't got a Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, takes some bishop d3, I suppose.
Queen d3.
Queen d3, sorry, it is quite sensible. So that's going to be interesting. So probably after castles, bishop e7 first.
Yeah.
And then if rook e1, we're in time just to castle.
Yeah. I mean, Fernandez tends to go his own way. I must admit, I have not seen this knight d6 move before. He's clearly played... So,
right. So, suggestion of bishop f4 to deter bishop f5, because now if you go bishop f5, I'm going to take on d6, and if you take on d3, I'm going to take...
No, sorry, I was meaning after castle, bishop e7.
Castles, bishop e7. Okay, you do it that way as well. Joined in the commentary room by Harriet Hunt, who is playing in the rapid play today, and maybe Harriet, if we're lucky, we might be able to get you on the stream later. Yeah. We'll see. Alright, so he has castles, bishop e7 you expect here by black, and then bishop f4 is a suggestion. Okay, black's just going to castle, probably.
yeah, it's very solid by black though, right? Because you're controlling all the squares. So like c4 is shut down for the time being. So I guess black will just play something like bishop g4, right? And then just play chess.
Mm.
You know, weird as it sounds.
It would be interesting to see how many times this has been played before. Okay, so yeah, few.
Now, how does it normally go? So
E7,
bishop e7, right?
Bishop f4 is correct.
Yeah, like what Harriet suggested.
Castle. Rook e1. All looks reasonable. And then some decision between rook e8 and bishop g4. Which doesn't look desperately critical, but...
No. But it's very solid for black, you know, like all these Petrovs. I've never lost with a Petrov, by the way. Whenever I played a Petrov black, I've never lost.
Ah. How many times have you played it? Once?
Once or twice. No, I played it a few times, but I don't think I've ever lost with it because, I mean, my weakness is, well, you know, like...
Well, you already know what your weakness is. It's been revealed.
Yeah, Fernandez said when I get -1, but you never get -1 at Petrov. You either get like -10 or it's always equal. You know, so like yeah, I mean, the problem is like my opening theory is a little bit dubious. So you know, like in sharp Sicilians, that can be a problem, but in the Petrov. You know, so sometimes you don't get out the opening, is what I'm trying to say. With the Petrov, you essentially get your pieces out, it's very easy to play. You know, it's very unlikely that black's going to get crushed in the opening. So to some extent, you get into the game, which I think is a big advantage. Fernandez would probably be nervous in this game, so I think that's a sound psychological choice. I have a feeling Harry Greaves going to pull off an upset win.
Is that because you saw him on the bus relaxed? It's one of the reasons.
No, he was walking down the road and the bus was going in the opposite direction. I saw it. I thought, oh, hang on, that's not Harry Greaves. He looked really sort of like, yeah, really at peace with. Yeah, he was bouncing. Mind you, I said that about Wadsworth earlier in the tournament, and he has kind of faded from contention. So maybe this whole trying to read body language stuff is a load of old rubbish.
Yeah, possibly. Should we see if there's been some more developments on the top board?
Yeah, very interesting.
It's interesting approach that Yichen Han has taken to the Scotch. So as Danny was saying, there's two main moves in this position. You play bishop c5 or knight f6. Bishop c5 typically leads, normally leads bishop e3, queen f6 is one particular line, c3. But the other approach, and the one that... did you think Adams normally goes for knight f6? Is that his normal...
Yeah, well, just to say that bishop c5 was knight takes c6 was the Kasparov short stuff. Queen f6, queen d2. This is what Kasparov revitalized. And after d takes c6, he was getting some kind of slightly better endgame. I think he won a game against Short in this variation. Maybe the other game was a draw, but I could be wrong. Maybe they were both draws. But yeah, so, but this knight f6, Adams has had many games in this variation.
Yeah.
You play queen e7 because you want to force the white queen as well to a slightly weird square. And now you go knight d5. So typically white would play c4 traditionally, but c4 is met by bishop a6 or knight b6. Probably bishop a6 most popular move. And then white either goes b3 or knight d2. But this move h4, yeah, very, you know, kind of more topical theory, like I said before with these younger guys. They're very up to date with the modern trends.
So it's gone a5, c4, and then knight b6.
Knight b6, so, but I think Adams would have seen some games with h4 himself. Again, it might be worth checking the opening. Yeah,
there's been a few games. Knight d2's the most popular move here. Scored quite well for black actually. Sorry, for white.
Right.
Bishop a6, okay,
and then what do you play?
And then just b3.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons maybe for playing a5 is in this position you can already start to think about disturbing this structure with a4.
But how are you disturbing it if I just go bishop b2?
I don't know.
I mean, I suppose you can open the a file, but the bishop on a6 doesn't look very appetizing for black.
Yeah.
Maybe queen e6 is a move there, but I'm not really sure.
Queen e6 and bishop.
Do you think that white's made too... Because when I had this game against Adams, and I played a similar kind of opening, and I did think at some point, I'm playing against this guy Adams, who's like, you know, a really good chess player. And I'm making too many pawn moves with white. It's a sort of opening where you feel like if it goes wrong, you could just feel like an idiot, right? You're sitting there, you've played all these moves like h4, c4. I mean, my game I went a3 as well. So essentially, and then there was some line I had to play to be equal where you'd had to go f4. So you'd have to have pawns on h4, f4, e5, c4, a3 before, and the queen on e2 before you've even developed any pieces. So it's like, you know, it's a risky way to play with white, I would say, against someone of Adam's level. I have no idea what black plays, what black should play, but is d5 a move there, or is that just a terrible move?
After knight to d2.
Could I go d5, or is that just a discuss? I suppose white takes, right, or pass on, is generally the idea. And then...
okay, so you take on pass on, I take on e2, and take on d6.
Why do I have to take on e2? Why don't I just take back?
Just take on d6 straight away. Okay,
yeah, or am I worried about a knight e4 trick? Probably not. Bishop e6 or something.
Yeah, that seems just as good. Look. So knight e4, you're going to play, what did you say, bishop e6?
Maybe, but I don't know, there might be another move, but bishop e6 looks...
Bishop e6, not bishop f4. Oh, you can take on c4, can you?
Probably take with a knight.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I feel like that's what Adams would play. I'll just go d5. Do you think he'll be happy with a draw in this game and feel like, you know, take the risk that Fernandez probably isn't going to happy? No, I agree with you. He probably wouldn't be happy with a draw, but I mean, what I'm saying is, I don't think he's going to go nuts trying to win. Because does he really think Fernandez will go 2 out of 2? He's going to have to beat Harry Gruber Black, and then he's going to have to beat Nick Pert probably, or somebody good. And then, you know, Adams will always have that game with white in the pocket. He'll win with white.
This way, I don't think he's going to be too disappointed with this opening.
No, I think this is quite interesting, but I feel like the next 4 or 5 moves will tell a big story. If white somehow manages to turn this into an opening advantage, then it could be some suffering for Mickey, but I have no idea how either side plays this. It just looks like some kind of surreal nightmare.
I have got exactly the same, like, zero idea how to play this.
Yeah, it all looks very weird. It looks very modern, right? It kind of looks like some kind of Jackson Pollock painting or Salvador Dali masterpiece. H4, E5, C4.
Is there also a way to play? I suppose another kind of benefit of this move is that sometimes what Black might want to do is fianchetto his bishop.
Yeah.
And I think there used to be a way of doing that where Black played G5, not even G6.
Right.
To stop the pawn on E5 from being protected. I can't quite remember like exactly how it might have gone, but I don't know. Let's say C4, Bishop A6, B3, G5, possibly. And then you just stick your bishop on g7. Now, of course, one of the things about having the pawn on h4 is if let's get to opposition, if at some point Black does play g6, knight d2 kind of stops the idea. But I think you probably are going to get the gist here. Is that we can maybe play bishop g5 and bishop f6.
Exactly, because I remember in the game I had against Adams, when I played the move g6, the pawn was already on h4. And he fought for a while and then played a move h6, preventing bishop g5. So it seems unlikely to me here that he would go g6 because he would be concerned about the reply bishop g5. I don't think he's going to play the move g6 here if I had to guess. But he'll consider all possibilities. That's what he does. He's a very objective and analytical chess player, as we keep saying in the commentary. Hopefully I've popularised the term falsifying.
You've certainly said it enough times to have popularised it.
Even I'm starting to remember it now. It's starting to imprint on my...
Where would you like to go next, Danny? Would you like to go to...
Let's go to Hebden versus Ledger. 2 experienced professionals. Oh no, maybe we shouldn't go there. It's extremely dull.
Well, you've made the choice, so tough. Just to see how the opening's gone. Hebden has started playing the Trompovsky. He's certainly playing it more than he used to if he did play it previously. I know that he played against me at the time, and I was a bit surprised. But so he's added the Trompovsky to his normal sort of repertoire, which is so-called barrier attack where you go.
Yeah, he was playing the London system a lot recently, like with the Jabava London system with Bishop F4.
This was his speciality, though, in some ways, was this Bishop F4 in this position. But yeah, he's gone for the Trompowski. Andy's played D5, which is a very solid approach. And rather than take on F6, and we had this structure earlier in the tournament, didn't we? And we said it's even that it's extremely difficult to prove any advantage for white. He's gone instead just for knight D2, Bishop F5, E3, E6.
Yeah, actually, I had an interesting game in a Trompowski. I don't know if I could show you. If I can actually, the problem is, can I remember it, right? I had it against a French IM, now GM elect, called Pierre-Laurent Paoli.
This was in your tournament in Belgium?
Yeah, and he's about 20. He ended up winning the tournament 7 out of 9, ahead of me and Fernandez, right? So the form is being franked. Fernandez, the form for that tournament is being franked. Anyway, so the game went D4, knight F6, Bishop G5, and he played the move C5, which I hadn't prepared for. So I took.
You're supposed to take on F6.
Yeah, or go D5. So I hadn't really prepared for this. I took on. I think we'd better keep with the game, Adam, because I won't be able to remember it otherwise.
Sorry, I thought that's what you might have done.
No, I took on C5.
Okay, no, fair enough.
And now he went. Oh, that's right. He went E6. Yeah.
Okay.
And I went knight C3, and he took on C5, right? And I went E4. After some fall. E3 is a safer move. Then I suddenly realised, hang on a minute, what happens if he goes Queen B6 here? Which is a very natural move, right? Because it hits F2 and B2.
Yeah.
Well, I had seen Queen B6 when I went E4. But then I was like thinking, there's a very clever tactic here. Queen D2, right? What does black play?
Well, presumably not Queen takes B2 because of your clever tactic.
Well, you can take on B2, but that wasn't the line I was afraid of.
Knight G4?
Not knight G4. It was also possibly playable, but there was a move that I was afraid of.
Bishop takes F2. And
Bishop
then
F2, yeah. So Bishop F2. So obviously he spent a lot of time thinking about this because obviously he's a good player. He realised that this was critical. But then you take on F6. Queen A1, King D2, GF6, Queen F6, and he correctly assessed that this was like a mess, which it is. I mean, the computer gives it about equal, right? But I was very concerned about this because you don't really want your king on D2 in the opening, right?
No, you don't. But there's some quite juicy looking dark squares. Like if I could get E5 in quickly, then I might be.
Yeah,
White's chances.
But I think what he's saying in the chat, June Hodgson, Peter Wells used to love the trompe, and it's true that if you play the trompe, you have to embrace the mess, the chaos, because this kind of position is probably quite typical in the Trompowski, and people used to love playing the Trompowski because they used to love the chaos. But I think Mark just plays it for a nibble in the end game.
He's not really got the spirit of the Trompowski yet running through him, perhaps.
He knows Andy's not going to play like this crazy dynamic style as black. He's just going to play solid positional chess as well. So, yeah. But yeah, it's kind of looking a bit dull this game. I would expect
well, it's not quite so
a
dull
draw
on
in that game.
5, so perhaps we could take a look at Dong versus Wadsworth. Dong will be... Well, who knows what Dong feels about his game yesterday, whether or not he feels relieved that he didn't lose or in the end ultimately annoyed that he didn't win. But it ended up in a fortress and how he managed to survive.
Yeah.
But here we had sort of fairly typical D pawn opening, E3, C6, knight C3, knight D7, Queen C2, Bishop D6. I mean, actually a very typical move now, especially once that bishop moves to D6, is white just goes G4.
Yeah. This is popularised by Latvian players Shirov and Shabalov.
As I see here, it's actually called the Shabalov attack, apparently.
Shabalov and Shirov popularised this. I mean, Shirov had a number of brilliant attacking games in this variation. By the way, I think Kramnik had a famous... We were talking about this book yesterday. He had a famous counter-attacking game with black against Boris Gelfand. in this same variation. It's worth studying that game. It's a brilliant game by Kramnik. But I think he did something with B6 or maybe, yeah, I don't know. But you can take on C4 here at some point, Adam, and then go for the push E5. I don't know if it's in this specific position.
Yeah.
Maybe not when Black's already gone H6. Maybe it was like a couple. Yeah.
I might now go.
Yeah, I would now go G5.
G5.
So I think it works better if you haven't already gone H6.
Right.
So probably you would do that immediately.
So doing it now.
Yeah, and then go E5. I know that is a variation. And if White goes G5, you sack a pawn with like Knight D5. I had a number of games of this in Gibraltar in 2005, where I made my final GM norm, and I was playing black actually. I managed to draw with some good players and beat somebody who's quite reasonable as well. But Shirov came up to me after the tournament. He started asking me about his variation. I was like, well, you know. Shirov asking me about chess theory.
And I'm like, wow, it's interesting. The blacks actually just reacted straight away to E5.
Right, but weren't we just talking about... Oh no, we were talking about taking on C4. E5 immediately is quite an interesting move. Can we take on D5? I feel like that's a critical move, right?
Yeah, looks good to me. Take that.
So White now has maybe a couple of candidate moves. He'd like to go Knight B5 with the idea of maybe, you know, if Bishop B8 and somehow gaining some time, but maybe Black would just simply go Bishop B4 check. This is a slightly annoying move.
Bishop D2.
Yeah.
And take it.
Maybe trade. I'm not sure.
Takes.
Maybe you could take with the Queen, Adam, so that you've got Knight D6 in your locker, but then Knight E4, I guess, could be also annoying.
Yeah, I sort of wanted to have Knight C7 in my locker as well.
Oh, Knight. Oh, okay. Castles.
Yeah.
This is looking okay for Black. Very messy. I think taking is right, but maybe after you Black takes back, you don't go Knight B5, you play some other move. Maybe you either take on E5, or you play G5 is also a very interesting candidate move, or even Bishop D2 is maybe not completely nonsensical. I would take on D5 here. I don't know what,
Yeah,
what
I
you
think
think.
so. I think so. But can
Just
I,
to clarify.
should I take again another one, perhaps?
Yeah.
So just going to be a little bit,
Bit dull.
like what Black wants, so to speak, because
Yes.
he's kind of got free game now
Free
for the
development.
minor pieces. I think.
I think
Don't think that's a
G5
good
feels
idea.
critical. I mean, this feels like still some kind of theory, right?
So possibly take and go G5.
Yeah, G5, and then if you take back...
Take with a rook, I guess.
Ah, I didn't realise the pawn H2 was hanging, because I wanted to take with a knight, but rook takes seems reasonable, yeah.
No, it's not being loved by our old friend Mr. Stockfish.
Maybe E4.
E4, yeah, that was sensible. And if knight E5?
Well, H2 is hanging, I don't know how
Yeah,
relevant
so
that
maybe you
is.
take on H2 now,
There's rook G7 though,
and then take on E5.
and take on E5. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably, presumably this is still theory, right? I mean, what does the theory say? After
E5.
E5?
Yep, so normally we see CD, knight B5.
Oh, that was the move I was suggesting.
Yeah.
So my first instinct was correct.
Yeah.
But as usual, I backed off it.
But now not bishop B4, but instead bishop B8.
Yeah, this kind of looks familiar. G5, right?
G5, take, and then knight takes.
Right. And there's maybe a vague threat of knight f7 in the air, so you have to be slightly careful as black. There may be ideas like knight f7 and queen g6 that are kind of lurking.
Ah, sneaky. Okay, so right. So if I go A6, for example, then knight takes F7 looks like it might be a crusher. No, it's not a crusher. Looks very tempting. Knight E6.
Yeah, beautiful. But
Beautiful
point
move,
out about James Morby, who are you playing in? You're not playing in the British, are you, James?
I'm just here for the.
You're here for the
trip.
rapid.
Not even here for the rapid.
What? Got to play the rapid.
It started already.
Is there any events tomorrow, or is it just
Don't know. I don't think so.
probably not because
So,
it's a morning?
No, knight E6 is a really pretty move because it takes that square away from the king as well in some position probably. So let's say take and queen g6. Oh, imagine queen g6 now.
Yeah, looking
the way,
nasty.
doesn't it?
Minimum perpetual, but I suspect
but
more than that.
in fact, that rook in the corner is just falling, isn't it?
Dropping
So
off.
it's the end of the story.
Very dangerous variation for black, all this, but Dong is thinking, which suggests to me that he's kind of out of his theory already, which is kind of... I'm surprised at something. I mean, we've seen this Yi Chen game, and Yi Chen is like... played all this h4 stuff, and then Adams has played something fairly familiar, and he's starting to think. And we've seen this Dong game where he's prepped up stuff, and now he's starting to think. So clearly opening books are running out at some point. Harry Grieve doesn't seem familiar with knight d6 either. It's taking some time, but he's played the natural moves.
Okay, so let's see where... Yeah, so this has taken... White's taken an approach here of playing his knight over from the queen side to the king side. So after bishop e7, knight c3 gains a tempo because you have to defend d5, so c6 is logical. Knight e2, castles, knight g3.
I love all this knight g3.
You like the idea? So I'm interested in that position why Daniel didn't take the moment here to play bishop f5 if he was going to do it.
Maybe just felt the space that White would have after knight g3 takes would end up being slightly vaguely depressing for black.
Right, so instead of
I mean, I agree with you. That feels kind of natural,
bishop
right?
f5, knight g3, bishop takes d3, queen takes d3, castles, let's say.
Yeah. I got a really strong feeling Harry Grieve's going to win this game. You know, can I go down? I'm going to run down the bookies and stick a bet on Harry to win.
Yeah, you'd have to find quite a specialist bookies, I suspect. First of all.
How would you run the bottom?
Oh look, here we go.
Oh, here we go. Well, you got to give me odds,
Here we
though,
go.
right? It's not even
James,
money,
it's
surely.
not come down for a
It's
day.
a point and a half up float.
Just to watch the chess.
Morby
He's come
bookies.
down here to make money.
Morby Bookies Associated. I'll put a fiver on if you give me like 10 to 1.
I'll take evens. 5 each way.
No gambling. No gambling is allowed by the commentators. Yeah.
All right, so he's played castles, knight g3, which now stops bishop f5, and if you go bishop g4, I'm just going to go h3, and you don't have to retreat to h5. So that doesn't look quite so tempting either, really. Bishop f4, knight d7. So looks like black will probably play knight f6 at some moment, or possibly knight f8. It might be.
Yeah,
might be
yeah. I mean, knight d7 is a really clever move. Typical Fernandez. I think Fernandez and Adams, there's some slight crossover that they're kind of hard to beat, right? I mean, they just play chess that's kind of somehow out of your, out of your reach, right? It's like they're good at avoiding risk, I would say. Well, certainly Daniel in this tournament has been he's been much more solid. He's not taken any extravagant risks like, the previous tournament I saw him play e4, c5, h4. He hasn't done anything like that. A lot of his choices have been very, very solid. We saw yesterday in the analysis room, he's very impressive in the calculation. I feel like him and Adams have played a level above. But you always see upsets. You always see upsets, don't you, in these type of tournaments? It never really goes to form. There's always some kind of player that causes an upset. And Harry Grieve with White, defending British champion, would not be a huge upset, do you think? For him to win?
No, not desperate.
Not really, would it? I wouldn't say it'd be an upset at all.
No, I mean only just with regards of how Fernandez has played this.
Yeah, but now he's going to be tense, right? He's now on the verge of potentially being British champion. If Yi Chen pulls off an upset win, and he wins,
Then
he could be in a position where he's almost over the line because he's going to get White in the final round. He can offer somebody a draw.
Yi Chen, presumably, if they haven't. Really
Oh, that's true. Well, Yi Chen probably won't give him a draw then.
they haven't actually.
They haven't played. Yeah, but he'd probably be confident getting a draw with White anyway.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there might be GM. No, GM Norm on the possibility.
GM Norm for Yi Chen.
I don't think so because I was looking at his rating performance and it wasn't desperately high. He had a couple of draws in the first 2 rounds against lower rated players, and then he's come back.
Yeah,
so
but he'll become a GM at some point anyway. It's inevitable.
you think so, don't you?
Oh,
Yeah.
without any question. I think with some of these people, you should just give them a GM title anyway. Just like, well, you're obviously promising enough. Sheras, here's your GM. You know, Harry, GM. Brandon, GM. You know, why wait? Why wait for the inevitable?
Okay. So let's have a look at board 3. We haven't looked at the game between Nick Purton, Bourne and Derek Sharney.
Marcus Harvey's in FM. No, he's in IM, I believe. Marcus Harvey. By the way, Bleak Cat Red is someone like Adam. No, hang on. I was told this yesterday by
What are you
Caroline
talking about?
Ledger.
Are you talking
The
about
Cat Red.
somebody in the
We've
chat?
worked out who it is.
Oh, I see. Right, a friend of Ian Lamb's. Is this the one you're talking
Not exactly, but yeah, I mean, somebody who's fairly familiar name in chess circles.
about? So this is an interesting one because we have exactly the same position, and here White chose not to play the G4 move.
Oh, is this Nick? Yeah, Nick Pert doesn't tend to go for extravagant risks. He's more of a solid positional player. So Bishop D3 makes... I believe his brother's played G4 on a number of occasions. But Bishop D3 is... his brother Richard has played G4, but Bishop D3 is very solid.
Very solid. E4. Okay, so the way that Black almost always meets that is by exchanging to relieve some pressure and then try and play E5 or C5. But I think generally E5 is the approach. So he's actually he's taken on C4 and then gone E5. So he keeps control of D5 with a C pawn, and White's just played H3.
Yeah, I mean, this is the way that Karpov always used to play these systems with White. He would play like H3 at some moment. This is quite a good prophylactic move. So Black now has a choice of how to play the position. You could, in theory, capture on D4 immediately. But after knight D4, queen E5, White has to move
Knight back to F3.
knight F3, so you don't necessarily gain much by Black.
The only thing I thought you might gain, Dan, is you might play Knight E5.
Knight E5 would be a natural response, and then Bishop B3 or Bishop E2.
E3 probably. Stay on the diagonal and then try and get in F4.
Yeah, so it's actually, at first sight, you think, well, this is absolutely fine for Black, but there's still some minor problems here to solve. The other option that Black could do is, Adam, instead of taking, which of course is a move you would consider because it's a forcing move, is to play the move B5. And then when the bishop drops back, to put the bishop on B7.
Okay, yeah.
And try to take the long diagonal.
So when you do that, you'll often want to play like A6 and exchange and play C5 at some point to release the bishop.
It might be a little bit slow in this particular...
Looks a little bit slow.
Yeah, so I would expect the capture on D4 here would be the most natural way to play for Black. I'm not exactly sure about the theory here. I believe this will still be theory.
Yeah, it's a few games with A6 which looks a bit quirky, but maybe that's kind of
trying to get
B5
to
get this plan of B5 and C5 in very quickly.
Exactly.
But that looks a little bit odd to me. So the theoretically it goes here, takes, knight E5, bishop E2. I'm a bit surprised about that.
Yeah. Maybe the bishop on B3 doesn't really.
Well, is it the C5 is happening or not?
Also possible. But also maybe the bishop on B3 is not really fitting in with the queen on C2. You'd rather have the queen on E2 than the bishop. It's kind of blocking the...
Something like that. Looks like maybe it's...
Yeah, then A6, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's say you take knight E5, bishop E2.
Yeah.
What does Black play now?
F4. Well, we've got to prepare for F4, haven't we?
What does Black play? Because this feels like already like a critical kind of position you could get in a semi-Slav. Very natural moves by both players. So what does Black play? If you go knight G6, maybe I go F4. And then you don't get to F... if bishop C5, bishop E3, but maybe that doesn't work.
Maybe something like bishop C5, bishop E3, rook E8. Isn't that convincing? It's not really convincing me too much. But seems reasonable. P8 perhaps.
Yeah, unpleasant.
Looks like, you know, visually maybe white's got nice pieces there, got the 2 pawns in the centre of the board, but got some problems to deal with the attack on e4.
Also, sometimes in
the
a Slav, you've got this knight d5
yeah,
move.
exactly.
Sometimes it can be. But I think here you would just go knight takes and then push e5.
Then push, yeah.
So probably white would be doing okay.
But then I thought maybe even you could
go f6. Or you want to
sack
take on e5, right?
But
Yeah, Craveman stuff. It might even be good, yeah.
well, I'm not
The
sure.
c5
because
is hanging at the
C5
end.
Hangs exactly.
Maybe
So
f6.
just to show that line, yeah. So I don't know. Let's say bishop f3. Or, bishop f3 is a blunder, by the way, because the knight takes f4. So can't go bishop f3. But maybe if I was to go,
Let's go a3 or something irrelevant.
well, a3. You've got to do something about this.
Ah, right.
So maybe bishop d3.
I think e5 though. White would play, right? I think white would play e5.
Possibly e5 straight away. Possibly.
I think white would just go e5 and then.
Yeah. Okay. Just to show that line there. So knight d3
Yeah.
takes,
Typical idea in the Slav.
takes, and white just takes this bishop because the king runs, and oh no, this one's decent because the bishop hangs on d3.
Yeah.
So okay, we're kind of guessing a little bit here as to exactly the way that black is going to choose to go, but
Yeah.
that looks quite logical.
It's interesting that suddenly we haven't had a semi-Slav in the whole tournament, and now we're getting 2 in the penultimate round. So maybe people play the semi-Slav when it's getting critical. You know, they want to sharpen the game up. It's one of the openings that is known to be very, very sharp. So in that particular game,
I'm looking at the other games for something of real interest. I might like to just step on board 9 if that's okay.
yeah,
The game between Eldar Gasanov and Thomas Villiers. I believe Thomas here he's having an excellent tournament for starters, so he must be thinking about an IM norm. Let me just see exactly how many rating points he's gaining. But
he
okay,
could be the
like
weakest
46.
person. He could be the weakest chess player ever to become an IM.
Bit harsh. He's he's only lost to Wadsworth, but he's beaten Bilargi, Beaumont, and made some other draws with IMs, and so he's now he's facing Eldar Gasanov, who won his last game and who had started well.
Actually, Loz Cooper said, "What about me?" Sorry, I forgot about you, Loz. Second weakest. Although Loz did beat me once in a Berlin defence in a Blitz tournament in Leek.
As we have already seen when Thomas came into the commentary room, he has this style, I think, where he likes to play for complications early. And we've got already a Benko Gambit. Is that Blumenfeld Gambit, is it?
Yeah, very, very sharp.
Blumenfeld
Very interesting choice by Tom.
And then after bishop g5, takes, h6, bishop f4, bishop b7. And now here, interesting, white just goes e4.
Yeah, not untypical in these kind of positions. Oh, he's given up a piece.
And after knight takes e4, bishop takes b5, check, and knight d2. That's very interesting.
Well, funny enough, we had a similar maybe position that Eldar had against James Jackson, kind of Benoni, where he's kind of allowing a check on a5, I think, in that game. And then a take on b5, so it's almost.
That's right, yeah.
And then it was a queen b2 later.
That's that one, yeah.
So maybe he's just thinking, I'm very familiar with these kind of positions.
So is it knight d2 then queen e2 check? That is at the whole.
Knight takes d2. Well, with queen e2 check, I think I'd just go. What you want to go bishop back to d2 after queen knight e4, do you?
I don't know. I'm still
Yeah.
Yeah, good choice. Yeah, good.
Queen e2 check is very funny because now knight e4, bishop d2 blocks and threatens the knight. Although, just like sort of how easy it is to evaluate, the bar is swinging wildly as well. But
Yeah, it feels like maybe this is still in some kind of weird theory. I mean,
If I just go king d8. Excuse me, can you be a little bit quieter? Excuse me, can you be quieter, please?
we can take on d2 here, Adam. Anyway, with the bishop,
you can
right?
take on d2 because you've guarded. Yeah,
Should be doing well. I mean,
that looks good.
just to go back to the opening, can you just go back to the opening after b5, right? The most normal move is to take on e6.
Yep.
And then take back with the f pawn and take on b5, and then black goes d5. I think the best way that white plays is knight c3.
Right.
And if you play a move like bishop e7, for example, I go e4. And when you go d4, I go e5. And this is very, very sharp. Yeah, and again, the evaluation bar will... I don't know if it's the exact position, but I know the lines where white just goes e4 just to try and immediately attack the center. And I remember thinking that these kind of lines, you know, are good for white if you really know what you're doing, but it's very, very complicated. So, I mean, you can play very quiet. Instead of going like, say, for example, knight c3, you could also play a move like g3. And that is also playable. But black generally gets good play. And I think the Blumenfeld Gambit, the most famous example of that appearing at the highest level was in a game between Karpov and Korchnoi in 1978. So I believe that Korchnoi played it with black, or it could have been the other way around. I'm pretty sure that appeared in that match.
e3 is also playable move.
E3, yeah.
Apparently the theory was left after the move. Well, after the move, knight takes e4, perhaps. No, well, no. Very few games here after.
Yeah.
After.
Yeah, it feels kind of natural though. E4, you see this move. I mean, there's another line where, I mean, in a very similar variation. I mean, if you want to go right back to the very start of the.
Sure, yeah.
So let's say, for example, d4, knight f6, c4, e6, g3.
Yeah.
C5, d5, ed, cd, b5, and now a move for white, I believe, is to move e4.
Okay.
And the idea is if you take on e4, I start getting loads of play with queen e2, very dangerous position for black.
Yeah, that looks tricky. So queen e2, and if queen e7.
There's lines. Maybe I'm getting this mixed up again. Maybe this isn't quite right. Probably getting this mixed up again. But anyway, there's some line like this. My memory's gone to pieces. It's 10 days of being stuck in Leicester. It's starting to erode my brain cells.
Yeah, well, it's getting late in the tournament, Danny.
Fortunately, we've only got 2 rounds left, including this one.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what black does in this position.
I quite like white here. I feel like this is, I mean, at least it's very straightforward, right? You know, I mean, black, I imagine the critical move is taken on b5 because you get the 2 bishops. Knight e4, but then, you know, as said before, Gasanov has had a very similar position. So he's waiting for black to take on b2, which would probably here would already be almost a losing move because of either rook b1 or just castles. So black would then have a task.
And you can't pick up a piece with queen b4 check because of knight d2. Although then it could take on d5.
Yeah, yeah,
quite
but
interesting because that pawn I think I would like to get rid of if I could.
But maybe I just
Maybe this
castle, Adam. I just castle in that
after
line.
this. Okay.
And eventually, I just castle because you can't take on e4, and then
Yeah,
I'm ready with knight
very
d6.
dangerous.
Keep the king in the centre. So it's funny that, you know, black is preventing white from castling that line, but then there's lots of variations where black can end up in trouble, where the white bishop will go to d6, and you can't castle. Which in such an open position, we were talking about this earlier in the tournament, there are lots of situations people panic to castle. You know, they have a panic attack and then they castle as soon as possible because they just lose their nerve. In situations where the king is not under any kind of threat, but when you've got an open e-file like this, it's a completely different scenario because obviously the black king would be completely in the firing line.
Yeah, yeah.
So, somebody said, is the Blumenfeld Gambit sound? Well, I think all gambits are to some degree slightly dubious. or there's always a downside to all of them. I mean, King's Gambit's had a bit of a revival online recently. Magnus Carlsen's been playing it a lot. Hikaru Nakamura's been playing it a lot. I even played a King's Gambit myself in a tournament in Hastings recently.
Very interesting. This has all happened. He's gone for this queen b4 check.
Yeah, so I would expect your move, knight. I think that's probably the
Knight
only way
FD2.
to avoid losing material, right?
Yeah, although I'm not sure he's obviously already shown that he's not that, certain positions, not that bothered about losing material. But no, knight fd2 looks, the only other thing I could consider to be, yeah, okay, he's played it. Played king f1, but that looks crazy. And now, well, if black doesn't take on d5, then what else does he do?
Chet Not Mate said you definitely aren't the Ginger GM, because I have a dubious opinion of a lot of gambits.
Ah, I see.
Well, you could have been a Ginger GM if you got a GM title, still could, but yeah, the original Ginger GM is Simon Williams. There's also Potkin, actually. Vladimir Potkin is a Ginger GM.
Yeah, I'm
From
sure
Russia.
there's more than just two of them.
Probably
two
more than
of
just
them
two,
in
yeah.
the world. Horvar Stein Gretarsson is a Ginger GM.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, from Iceland. Really nice guy, actually.
Yeah.
Played him at least once, I think.
So I'm a bit concerned about black's position here. I think he probably is going to take on d5.
Yeah.
And I like your move just to castle.
It just looks scary for black. Yeah, I mean, I fear for Tom here. Especially he's playing against Gasanov, who is a very good player. He was showing up really well early in the tournament, but then he hit a roadblock. I think, he kind of lost that game, didn't he? I think he lost to...
I think he lost to Jonah Willow. He drew one, then he lost to Jonah Willow, and then he lost
Then
to...
he tilted a little bit. He kind of
he lost
had a
to
bad
Katerina
game against...
Toma, didn't he,
But
as
he
well?
played very well in that game. But I think, yeah... it's always difficult to recover from a loss, isn't it? Because psychologically you feel so uncomfortable. This is why people like Adams and Fernandez have got an advantage now in this tournament. They haven't had any bad results this tournament. They're feeling very confident due to their good play. They've been playing very well, and they must be feeling extremely confident. Use that confidence when you have it. But at the same time, I like the way Yi Chen is playing this game. He's playing very aggressively. I like the approach that he's had to this game. He's not tried to play like some timid opening variation, try to bore Adams. He's trying to play...
He's trying to play as many pawn moves in the opening as he possibly can.
Yeah,
That's what he's
break
trying
the
to do.
world record for pawn moves.
He played h5 in this position, which...
Very confident player to play h5
understand.
against someone like Adams, who is so well rounded in chess. And
I thought he might have wanted that square for his bishop on g5, but I don't really get the idea.
I don't get it. But the game carries on.
Queen e6 and bishop e3. All right. So that's sacrificing a pawn.
Oh, we forgot about Neil McDonald, actually.
Yeah,
Who's
yeah.
who back in the day was a Kent teammate of mine, and Neil was always the guy we looked up to in that area as like the top dog. And he knew a lot of theory. He was a very, very sharp player, very, very good on the white side of the Sicilian, and still a very good player even now. He's written a number of chess books that have been very well received, and he's also a respected chess trainer as well. So yeah, it's easy to forget. It's easy to forget about people, you forget about Dre. But bishop e3, yeah, I don't really understand.
What's the point after queen takes e5?
Yeah, I don't get any of this. I guess he just wants quick development. Somehow knight c3.
Bishop b4?
Yeah, I don't get it. Like,
And then bishop d4.
what do you do, James?
h6 and then f g6, bishop d4.
h6. Well,
Oh, wow.
I don't know, is there something crazy going on?
It could be something crazy. But if you go check anyway, check on b4 anyway.
yeah. Check on b4, knight d2 maybe.
Somebody said, are the engines ever wrong? Not these days. I mean, we're making this point earlier in the tournament that engines are kind of destroying chess because they've ripped away the mythology of chess, the mystique.
This is hugely provocative. I don't... What he's doing here, like... Don't see it. Just don't see it. There must be a reason though, obviously. He takes e5, maybe just knight c...
I like your queen e5 move there, Adam. You know, you take a pawn. That's what Korchnoi would do. We're talking about Korchnoi just now. Korchnoi was a materialist. Bobby Fischer was another great example of a chess materialist. He would just take the pawn because he would say, look, I think your whole idea is a load of codswallop. But I do think Michael Adams is a very respectful player of his opponent's ideas. He's a very objective player, very rarely rushes in. He very rarely engages headless chicken mode, we should say. He's a very respectful player, and he will be very objective here and consider White's idea carefully.
Yeah, absolutely. I think now the more I look at it, I think James's idea of h6 is perhaps the idea.
I mean, I think maybe we do need to consult. I mean, I presume this is all new, right? This can't be a theoretical position. I can't believe this has been played before. No,
it's not.
So we're getting an exciting new position on the board.
The position before Bishop E3 has been played before.
But if you take, apparently the move is simply if you take on E5, by the way, Adam. After Bishop E3, apparently the move is simply Knight D2.
Right. Okay.
Wow. Really? Oh, because you can't take on B2, right? Well, it just kind of makes some sense.
You can't take on B2. That's true.
So then, let's say he goes Bishop E7.
Yeah.
Then we go Knight F3.
Okay.
I'm wondering about a provocative move after Knight D2 in that line. Yeah, Queen E4, H6. It goes mental. Queen E4, H6, G6, castles, D5.
Yeah. There has been a game here with Bishop B4 check played by Johann Sebastian Christiansen.
Wow.
Who's a strong grandmaster.
Oh, okay.
So that I assume is the position after Bishop E3 we're talking about here with Bishop B4 check.
Right.
I would think Knight D2 anyway, right? Like, what else?
I was even wondering if Queen E5, Knight D2, Bishop A3 was a move, but that's probably too stupid for words.
It's a nice idea. Let's try it. So what was it? It was Queen takes.
I think you have to. You can't really go Knight C3 because of Bishop B4, right?
I thought maybe I could respond to that with Bishop D4.
Probably can.
And then you take.
And then have to go Bishop F8.
And then H6. Maybe.
I don't really want to play Bishop F8 there. It's just too stupid. Yeah, it was just like because I could play it. I was just showing off with Bishop A3. Somebody asked a very interesting question. When humans used to make theory without computers, how did they ever confirm anything was best? Well, they didn't. I mean, essentially, you were just guessing, weren't you, to some degree?
Yeah, and a lot of players would then be just relying on the opinion of the players who are making the annotations afterwards. So we had this series of books called Informata, which was the opening oracle, I suppose, in some ways. Then it was New in Chess yearbooks and things like that. And you were reading those, and you were essentially just looking for the opinions of the strongest players, and what they said often goes. You know, it's what people did.
Yeah, I mean, I still write for them. I mean, they're still going Informata. They're based in
Yugoslavia, was it?
They were originally, but obviously there's no Yugoslavia anymore. So where would they be based? Somewhere like not Croatia, I believe, Serbia, I think. But yeah, they're still going. They love my writing because I think they got a lot of boring people writing for them. So they were like, Gil Malley's just going to talk about any kind of nonsense, right? Like bookies and stuff like that. You know, so.
But Informata was never people talking; it was pure analysis. Is that different?
Yeah, no, you're right. Actually, yeah, it was generally people would, you know, this is how people got good. They'd play through like 1,000 games of Informata, and they'd have to bring suitcase of Informatas along to check the latest theory developments.
Kilos of Informata.
Yeah, as far as the opening theory is concerned, I mean, I'm writing some opening stuff at the moment. It's very hard not to write. It's very hard to write opening stuff and not consult the computer. So you end up just having the computer open all the time because you know you don't want to state that this is better for white, and then you know it isn't, because somebody can just check it, right? If it's an opening variation. So to some extent, I feel like computers have made the opening side of the game boring. I think that's partly the reason we were talking, about Magnus Carlsen, why he has withdrawn for the World Championship cycle. I think that's partly the reason why Magnus Carlsen withdrawn for the World Championship cycle, because a lot of opening preparation out at the top level, it's just checking computer lines. I think that's a sad thing, really. But yeah, we're kind of going that way in all aspects of society now. Artificial intelligence is taking over. Effectively, we're eventually going to become pets of the machines.
Yeah, must be a good film about that, Danny.
I hope I get a nice machine boss, you know, and it's generous and nice and takes me on walks and stuff. But yeah, I like the way Harry's playing. H4, wow, this is really impressive stuff. H4, knight G F8, queen D2.
So why not,
knight G6.
Hang on. Why didn't he go H5 just to stop knight G6?
Good. Maybe he was afraid of bishop G4, or not afraid of it, but
okay.
The black knight can always go to E6 and he's controlling G5.
Right, yeah. I guess bishop G4 is the move on the cards now, isn't it? So
yeah.
That's why he's played queen D2, because now...
I like queen D2.
Now you go bishop G4, I'm just going to stick my knight in on E5 or something, and that's going to be super...
But instead of knight G6, could black maybe have played slightly differently? Could you just play some move like... Instead of knight G6, let's think about any other possibilities for black instead of knight G6. What about bishop G4? You go knight E5. That's his idea, right?
There's not so many other moves. I mean, I thought bishop F6. You might go knight H5.
Bishop. What about knight E6?
Knight E6. Yeah, okay. Then. Does bishop H6 work? Or is that just a ridiculous suggestion?
I mean, maybe I could simply go like rook E1 or something. The problem is you can't take on H4, right? Because D6 is always hanging. I think that's kind of what his philosophy is.
Rook E1 maybe. Well, the H pawn is on pre, is it?
Yeah, there was another move that black could have played, which apparently was slightly better. Now, in this position after knight G6... Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Just tell me, what's the best after knight E6, Danny?
Well, apparently the computer says... Right, because obviously I'm incapable of working this out myself. I'm waiting for it to think. I'm just waiting. Please tell me, oh master, what do you think the best move is? Oh, great engine in the sky. No, it won't tell me. It's refusing to answer. Well, black could have gone, instead of knight E6, another move I was thinking about was knight C4, which is kind of a weird looking move.
C4, okay.
That looks anti-positional, but actually has some sense behind it, because it's kind of like saying na to your queen D2 move. What do you do about your queen D2? You don't really want to move the queen again. Now, if you take, suddenly black gets the two bishops.
Most important thing in chess.
More important than checkmate, as we've already established. That's what I tell all my students.
Does Harry have any GM norms? Ugoy asks. Yes, I believe he's got 2 GM norms.
Yeah, Harry will make GM, I'm certain of it. I mean, there's almost been very few British champions who weren't British champions when, weren't GMs when they became British champion, who didn't then go on to get the GM title.
Well, aren't there just very few GMs? Very few players who
won the British who weren't GM.
Weren't GMs.
Well, there's Chris Ward, there's Ramesh. They all went on to get the GM title later.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not even sure if Agard was a GM when I think he was.
Hennigan, yeah, that's a good shout.
Hennigan. Hennigan's not GM though.
No, he never did, in fact.
Oh no, exactly, yeah. But he's one of the few. But that's only probably because he got into finance and decided I'd rather make a lot of money than be like
not make a lot of money.
Like a 24/20 GM making peanuts, right?
All right.
So I'd rather be a millionaire than be
scrounging and
living with my parents like Gormani. Yeah.
Okay, and the interesting idea there, Danny. Could I have gone Queen C3 instead of?
Yeah, maybe B5 actually.
B5, yeah. And if B3, you're going to go B4, and I'm going to look really silly with my queen.
Could end up losing material because you have to go to E1 and then
bishop takes H4.
Bishop H4 is.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, he's gone. He's gone for this knight g6 move anyway, and Harry has responded with h5. So
Yeah,
he says,
his rook e1 was also promising, but h5 is very direct, and he's
I mean, Black's going to take that bishop almost without question.
he's going for the attack here, Harry. I like the way him and Yi Chen are approaching these games. They're actually making the result of the British Championship very unclear. We could have Yi Chen ending up winning it, right?
Yeah.
If he turns over Mickey.
If he turns over Mickey and board 2 is a win for Harry, then he's.
Well, Yi
he's
Chen's still in it, right? I mean, maybe we could even have like someone on 4.5 win it, right? Let's say Adams loses, Yi Chen wins, right?
Yes, it's possible.
Probably very unlikely.
Yeah, it's-
But let's say then Fernandez, Harry wins. Fernandez, Yi Chen is a draw, right? Adams fails to win tomorrow. Okay, we're talking a miracle here, but the 4.5s are still
I think-
mathematically possible
I think what
that
we
they
should
could win.
do, Danny,
Yeah.
because we played the game at the start, and now we're 2 rounds from the end, and the chess has started, and let's play the game now.
Right.
Is 7 going to win, or was 7.5 going to win?
Well, I'm gonna have to. I'm afraid I've lost faith in 7. I
lost faith in
believe.
7
I
some time
believe.
ago,
Unfortunately, I think it was a good shout at the start of the tournament, but Fernandez and Adams have played both so well that it's kind of making 7 out of 9 very questionable.
Yeah, I agree.
I think the favourite score is now 7.5, but it's very close between 7.5 and 8, because you'd say that Adams is probably very likely to win with Black, or quite likely to win with Black today. I mean, even regardless of Fernandez, and then he's going to be white against Zapata tomorrow, so he's probably going to win again tomorrow, right? Maybe Pat's an exaggeration, but someone like 24-30 or something like that, right?
Somebody who he might make look like a Pat.
Yeah, he'll make, like a weekie, yeah.
Okay, so what's Black?
I
gonna-
just hope that Wadsworth and Jonah Willow and Richard Pert don't watch this broadcast. What is Gourmet saying? How dare he?
Well, I hate to mention it, Danny, but your rating is currently around that level.
Yeah, I'm a patser. Yeah, I mean, let's
I know
be
it's
honest.
on
If
the
I
way
played
back up.
Adams, you just turn me over. Yeah. Let's not beat around the bush.
So what's Black going to play here then? Do you think? Because
Well, surely you take on F4, right?
yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
I think he
I
has.
think we got as far as
He
that.
hasn't taken
no,
on F4.
I don't think he has
Wow.
yet.
Wow.
But Knight C4 first. Okay. Knight C4, Bishop takes C4, Knight takes F4,
Right, that does have some logic behind it.
and if Queen takes F4, DC4, and if I try and attack both your pawns, you have Bishop E6 to defend.
Yeah, but I feel like Black is equal here, but it's just really very few chances to win the game. Yeah. I like White's position.
Do I
It's quite active, isn't it, for
raid
White?
with one of my knights? Maybe I just go Rook E1,
Yeah, Rook E1's very sensible.
Rook E1, and then you guess you go Bishop E6 anyway, probably.
Maybe H6.
I quite like that suggestion of Black's because it seems to diffuse things a little bit there in terms of dangers
Yeah,
of the
but I don't think that's what he's thinking though here. So maybe he has seen this Knight C4, believe it or not.
king. No.
I'm just waiting for the chance to slag off Daniel Fernandez, but he's really resisted my.
Resisted
It
your,
really frustrated me in this tournament. It's very frustrating how well he's playing. I haven't been able to slag off his play. You know.
I think you might have slagged it off a bit in that game against Mickey Adams.
Oh, did I slag it off?
Possibly.
Nah.
No.
Nah, I like Daniel. He's a good guy. Actually, he's one of the good guys in chess. He's a bit of a businessman as well. Actually, he told me. Yeah, he's got a few business ventures going on.
Really?
Yeah, so he doesn't even need the money. That's probably why he's doing so well.
So in the Adams game, I don't think Mickey's made a move.
Oh, by the way, there's a very interesting line here,
Oh,
right?
yes.
Can we quickly go back to the Fernandez game,
Sure, yeah.
right? Again, the engine is just on acid, right? It thinks Knight F4. The
Yeah.
top line is Knight F4, Queen F4. You'll never guess the next Canada move. The top move.
I'll never guess it.
Well, you would, but you would eventually.
I would
but-
eventually.
Can anyone in the audience guess it? Black to play.
G5.
G5 is the move.
Yeah.
Crazy, right?
G5.
The idea is that when I
Yeah,
take,
Shepherd's Bush, well done in the chat.
yeah, G5, HG, FG,
FG, okay. Yeah.
FG, and the idea is the knight will then sit back on F7, very good square for the knight, stops any kind of intrusion by white. And the knight is a very good defensive piece, you know, knight's great defensive pieces. Maybe rook F8, right?
Or bishop G5. Bishop G5 is a good move, isn't it?
Grandmaster Keith Farkle's playing in the seniors. He's had a good comeback, by the way. He's now 4 out of 5, I believe, and he's got a game today.
Does he beat Jeff Lawton then?
He beat Jeff Lawton. He's now got to play David Graham with black.
Right.
I believe he's from the kind of Sussex, Hastings stroke area. And his favourite chess move is to move G5. He loves to move G5.
Who this is? Keith Arkle?
He loves to move G5. He's always shown this game that he played against this Polish guy. We played this amazing defensive idea to save the game.
Oh, was that an end game he played? Is it an end?
Kind of an end game, yeah. Queen, knight, and bishop against. I think it was just queen, knight, and bishop, but he was under pressure. He was looked like he was losing.
Yeah. Okay. So Adams has resisted the temptation of taking on E5. He's played bishop A6, and now we have knight D2, bishop B4.
Very typical Adams.
Very sensible.
Very, yeah. So he doesn't go for like crazy adventures, right? He kind of plays natural developing moves, forces white to. Yeah.
So here now white is about to lose a pawn unless he does something about it. So bishop takes C4 or knight takes C4 is threatened here.
Yeah, it's a good move, bishop B4, isn't
in
it?
the same regard, you can't really go A3, you're not in time. I just take this guy off and take on C4 next move, I think.
Can I go B3 though, even though it looks
B3,
ugly?
yeah. I mean, B3 would be the move you'd want to play just to keep that bishop shut out, and also to some extent that knight. But it does weaken quite a lot of squares. So if I was now just to try and take your pawn in a slightly different way.
Yeah, I wanted that. And then take out the bishop.
Yeah.
But I guess the knight would go to F3 anyway. Let's say rook C1.
Bishop takes pawn.
Knight F3.
And if my bishop runs away.
I think maybe White's not too concerned about losing pawns here because he feels like he's got a lot of the kind of moves in that he wanted to play. He's got a lot of, you know, look at the bishop on A6. If black can't go D5 successfully, the bishop on A6 is really not a great piece. Even knight D4 here is still playable for White.
Yeah, one suggestion in the chat, point just to note there is after B3, queen takes E5. Yes, it does hit the rook. My intention is going to be actually, yeah, backfiring on me. My intention had been to go bishop D4, swap the queens off, but actually you can chuck in this move first.
Right. Clever.
Oh, maybe it doesn't make any difference.
You
King
just take
takes,
with the king,
just
yeah?
queen takes,
Still game
bishop
on, yeah.
takes, and yeah, White's position here is actually quite nice because these two pieces are just really, really shut out. Obviously, he's then also
wow.
got to deal with this pawn. Rook H4 instead of B3. Okay, yeah, let's have a look. So rook H4 defending laterally with the rook. It's like a very sensible move.
Yeah, rook H4 was the top move, by the way.
And now you
But well spotted, James.
could still, I suppose, take that pawn off, but
But I think if you take on D2, take with the back the king, and there's another very bizarre line like take on D2, king takes, castles,
which side?
castles king side, queen G4, right, queen E5, which looks like a losing move because of bishop D4, but then F5, typical engine crazy chaotic stuff, and it's supposed to be equal. But interesting choice by Yi Chen. He's taken on B6, which, to be honest, I don't really like as a practical choice because I feel like he's avoiding some danger. But now we've got this ominous kind of potential ending where Mickey Adams will be playing with the two bishops. So that could be a long-term factor. That maybe Rook H4 was difficult to play for White because Rook H4 was not that obvious. James spotted it. But it's not that obvious, and he's got castle queenside, which is a good move. So now black's got a choice. What does he play, right? Maybe white wants to play again, put the knight on f3. I don't know. It's very hard to play this for both sides, right? What does black play? Castle's queen side? What would you play here, Adam, if you were black?
I think I would castle on the king's.
Well, he's very quickly castled queen side anyway.
Very quickly castle the queen side. Okay, interesting.
Which is a very natural move, yeah. I think he wants to go d5 because I remember that when I played Adams, he at some point he pushed his pawn to d5. Maybe here it doesn't work because of CD, but
So if I was to play knight f3 now, were you thinking d5 now, or is that not going to be working?
a d5 CD, bishop e2 take, yeah, d5 works, doesn't it? Because d5 CD you take on e2 and you're hitting d1, right?
All right, okay. I thought that white might be up to something with the knight instead.
There's always a queen h6 bailout.
There is a queen out h6 bailout. Yeah, I get that.
Maybe there's also f6 in the air or rook e8. Obviously, these are other moves that black would consider.
Just to show your CD line, so just take, and you just take that.
Bishop e2, black is doing well.
Because of what takes to it.
Yeah, so I feel like here is a critical moment for Yi Chen. I feel like he needs to play. This is very tough to play for white. I think there's moves on the agenda like f4 or... It's always what I find difficult for white is you put the queen on e2, the bishop on f1. How do you develop it, right? Do you go g3? G3 here is
e4, don't you,
possible.
To get it out. And
Let me
that breaks
see.
the pin.
Yeah. I mean, castles is a good move. So the best move, according to computer, instead is a3 here, which is kind of weird, right?
A3?
Let's say you go bishop c5.
Yeah.
I just go g3. And if you put the rook on e8, I go f4.
Okay.
And now I'm ready for like bishop h3 stuff. And maybe knight goes to e4 and then starting to attack d6 or c5.
Yeah.
Like a3, wouldn't surprise me if a3 happened and then
Bishop takes d2. Do you
yeah, I think you'll take on d2, yeah, which is
get rid
kind
of
of
it, and then
more
if rook
Adam
takes,
style, right?
Then maybe rook e8.
But he will like the two bishops as well, so it's a hard choice to make as well for Adams. Like a3, would he go back with a bishop?
What do you do in this position as white against d5? Do you just take on Passon? Would do, don't you?
I think you can take on
You
Passon,
take on
yeah.
Passon,
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting moment.
But he's holding, I mean, he's playing well so far, Yi Chen. He's
Very
not,
creatively
he's
so
not,
far,
yeah,
hasn't he?
creatively well. Let's hope he continues that because I'd like to see Adams tested. It's a tough game for him because he's playing against Michael Adams, who's a great player. But so far, he's doing a good job. You know, we've seen people collapse against Adams. He's not collapsing. So this is quite important.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's check in on board 2, then we're going to go on a quick break.
Right.
So, not a great deal has happened, but in the end, Fernandez decided to take on f4, and after queen takes, he's played h6.
Slightly provocative, but solid. So how does he intend to play after, say, rook to e1? Let's say I go rook a e1, which is a very natural move. Develop the rook to a natural square. I'm trying to attack somewhere or other.
Okay, so maybe bishop to e6 now, just to finish the development there. Taking control of that square, so I might like to think about using it perhaps for my bishop, I don't know.
Yeah, good move. Can I go? No, I can't go full caveman and take on e6.
Take on e6.
That's too much.
And what do you want to follow up with? Queen g4 or something?
I don't think it works. I don't. Yeah, I mean, there's some variations where white would do that. You know, would take on e6, but normally would have pawn on e7, right?
So, let's just have a look. Queen g4.
Not stupid. Not completely stupid.
Bishop g5.
Yeah, or bishop f6 maybe is also...
Bishop f6, and you don't care about your light
considered.
squares.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's dangerous. But the king can hide on f8, it's not the end of the world. And I'm controlling the knights to a certain degree, but I suppose there's some danger if you play something like knight f7, I could go check knight e2 to f4 very quickly, and then threaten knight g6 mate. So yeah, I don't think any of this will happen. But I mean, I guess white plays.
I mean, rook e1 is entirely sensible, isn't
Very
it?
natural move.
Bishop e6.
I think white should try and keep as many minor pieces on here as possible. The danger for black is got slightly less space. If you start exchanging pieces with knight f5, I think black would be very happy, right?
What will you do if I just double my rooks?
That's what I was thinking, yeah. Maybe your bishop g5 then is very smart.
The bishop g5, you're going to have to take that with your pawn.
Right.
Which
Not
maybe
ideal.
you'd like to take with your queen, but you have to take with your pawn because otherwise your knight hangs.
Not ideal, right?
And then if I just run away with my queen somewhere sensible, maybe here or maybe back here. Looks like white has a small advantage.
Yeah, I feel like this is safe for Harry. I think he's done a good job in the opening. He's got a position where he can play for a win without a great deal of risk. I think. What do you think about Fernandez? Do you think Fernandez will be happy with drawing this? I think the fact he's played a Petrov is a sign that he's happy with a draw. You know, you think if Fernandez gets 7.5 out of 9 and Adams gets 8 out of 9 and just says, look, fair play. I mean, I think I would say that in that situation. You'd say, look, I've done all I can. I've probably performed at over 2,600. You know, 2,650, and somehow the guy's just too good.
I wanted just to check in on this one because somebody was mentioning it in the chat. So we were going to go on break, but we're not anymore. So this was this game Dong versus Wadsworth, and we left it after g4, h6, which he won e5. Dong went h4, and after e4, g5.
Yeah, computer hates it. I mean, I think that's the limitation with Dong. He's very aggressive, but sometimes that aggression backfires with him, and you know, he does play very aggressive and loose kind of chess.
Suspicious.
Yeah, instead of f3, white could have maybe taken on d5. It's a more sensible move.
Wow, look at that move. What's that all about then? Go, because it's technically a knight on g5. Okay, that's a bit of a flashy move, isn't it? Knight takes f7 as a reaction. And after king takes, pawn takes knight, and that's our position. So, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6. Tiering is equal.
Already saying that white's completely busted.
White's completely busted.
But knight f7 was a shocker. You know what he could have played instead? I don't really understand knight f7 because it's just... Well, I think he's misjudged this. He thinks that the black king is... The problem is the black king is actually very safe now. And the main thing is the black centre is not, in the game, what he's done in the game, the black centre is not collapsing. And now you get like rook h2, you get a big attack, like say like here, rook h2 is huge. And then say if I go like rook g2, there's a very nice move, bishop g3.
Oh, that's annoying.
And then if you move
away?
Yeah, but then it's probably going to be like
Maybe rook f1?
rook h1.
Queen f6?
Rook h1, yeah.
Sorry, I meant, yeah, sorry. Queen
Or-
f6.
Queen f6 is probably it. Like king d2 it gives as the top move.
King d2, okay.
Yeah, but then rook g2 and then queen h4 just huge for black. All kind of, he has gone rook h2 by the way. By the way, instead of knight f7 is like just giving the game away. Not a good move at all, I don't think. Apparently the best move is sort of, I don't know what you think. What would you play here, Adam, as white?
I would be definitely think about knight c takes e4.
Well, apparently you're supposed to take first. So you take first, right, on d5.
I take on d5, okay.
Yeah. Because if queen g5 is knight e4 stuff in here, I guess.
Right,
Or,
so pawn
so you
takes.
take back, and then you go knight g takes e4.
Knight g takes e4, okay.
Incredibly sharp, right? Take on e4, obviously. And then you take on g4. So you do now.
So you don't
cash
lose
in.
a piece.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the difference is that even though the black king looks safer because the king, the pawn's still on f7, the major point is that the queen can go to e4. So the white queen, the problem in the game is that his pieces are very compressed. The queen on c2 is very passive. Because he hasn't undermined his pawn structure. So it's so key to undermine his pawn structure in the centre rather than he's misjudged it and undermined the pawn centre on the king's side. This is the problem. And it's saying Mickey's starting to get a slight edge now, it's black. minus 0.52.
Okay, we'll go on a brief break and we'll see you on the other side. Question for you to think about, Danny. Who is your pick for the World Cup? I assume you mean the Chess World Cup rather than the women's.
Should I tell it now? Right.
After the break, we'll go on break. See you in a minute. Okay, we're back, guys, and we will go straight to board one, where we saw this decision by Yi Chen to exchange the bishop for the knight. Both sides castle queenside. White went knight f3, and black's gone f6, undermining that one in the middle, which I want to anyway. And it looks like black's got quite a comfortable position now.
Yeah, typical Mickey Adams stuff. Adam, you know, very sound. He just makes chess look simple at times. He has done in this tournament. I'll be honest with you, I think Adams is better than his rating. He's a better player. Historically was, you know, much stronger than 2666. But obviously, you know, it's difficult now. He's getting a little bit older, playing against all these kids. I was just having a conversation with James Morby, actually. He said he played in a tournament in America where he was playing against the best 9-year-old in the world. Have a guess what his rating was?
2500.
No, not quite that high. 9. Come on, he's 9, man.
Wow, it wouldn't surprise me.
No, he was like 2200. But
Oh, okay.
he said he got all these like amazing kids over there who are just super good at chess, and they're like playing theory that nobody's ever seen before. So yeah, I mean, everybody raves about this new generation that's coming on called Gukesh. You know, like Gukesh, quite rightfully so as well. Very strong players like Ali Reza, Fallujah. But there's probably a generation coming up.
Below that, yeah.
Yeah, it's just never ending in chess. These super kids are coming in. I personally think these kids should be banned from playing chess until they're like, until you're 25, just be banned from playing chess, or you know, or play your own tournaments. Protect aging dinosaurs like myself. But no, honestly, like it's good to see these kids playing, and we're seeing like Yi Chen, who's another very young player, very promising player, playing against Adams. He's under a little bit of pressure though after the move f6. Yeah, I don't see an obvious plan for White. This is the problem that White has now. He's played his moves h5, but I feel like without the dark square bishop, this move h5 is now looking a little bit pointless. Because if you take on f6, for example, black will probably just take back the queen. He could play something else, but you know, you pawn on h5 could just look to be a weakness in the endgame. There doesn't seem to be anything you can do with it. And I hate positions like this for White, where there's no obvious plan. Whereas black will just improve. He's got the bishop pair. I fear a little bit for Yi Chen here. I think he's under a little bit of pressure already. Very high level, because he's played slightly suboptimal moves. A couple of moves, maybe knight f3 wasn't the best. It's a very tough level at this 2700 plus level. You've got to play absolutely the best moves.
Possibly bishop takes b6 as well, maybe a3 and rook h4.
I didn't like bishop b6 because I felt like that was a bit of a cop-out move. It was essentially saying like, I just want to get castled. But it didn't feel critical at all. I mean, it just felt like, you know, it just made black's life that bit easier. I think Adams would have had a sigh of relief after bishop takes b6.
I think so too.
Didn't have to calculate very sharp variations anymore. It all becomes very simple now to play, right? But f6 is very simple. Yeah, somebody's saying, like was saying earlier before we went on break, they said, who do I think will win the World Cup? Well, who do you think will win the World Cup, Adam? Who's your tip?
Well, it's hard obviously to look beyond Magnus Carlsen. We don't have a list of players up in front of us on the screen, but from what I remember, I think it's Carlsen's the top seed, and then is it Caruana? Nakamura's playing. Nepomniachtchi, I think, is number 4. No Fallujah, he's not playing. Somebody else? No.
I'm going to go for Nakamura because I feel he's going to get a bump from his wedding. I feel he's on a honeymoon. He's on a roll. I'm going to go for. I would go for. Normally, I would go every time anyone says like chess tournament. Magnus Carlsen's playing. I normally always go Magnus. The only thing I would say is he's got a bad record in that tournament. He's never won it, so somehow he's got a curse.
Somebody who is so well suited for that type of format of chess, and he doesn't play the most exciting chess in the world, but it's the sort of event I can see him winning, is Timur Rajabov.
He's won it before. He's won it before. Yeah, he won it. He beat Ding in the final. Yeah, he's a good player, but he wouldn't be like my. I'm going to go for Nakamura. I feel like Nakamura's due to win, and it's a good. See, it feels like a good period of his career. He's playing great chess, both online and over the board, and he's just got married. He's got the wedding bump. So I feel like I would probably go for Nakamura, but there's lots of possible winners. Somebody was saying, I don't know, do you believe in curses, Adam? Because somebody was saying, I was talking the other day, I was talking with a player in a restaurant. Sounds like a song, actually. You know, I was working in a, yeah.
Well, almost. We did a little duet there. Yeah. Almost.
And we were talking about a sad, tragic incident recently with a Titanic submersible. And I said that this Titanic, it seems to be some sort of curse. Because the only time that submersible has ever exploded and anybody's died has been when it went down to the Titanic. And somebody said that they thought there was some sort of conspiracy that one of the billionaires on that sub was trying to make it look like he died, but he hadn't actually died, you know, which is apparently it was called an exit scam.
Oh, right, okay.
So, yeah,
wow.
Interesting conspiracy theory.
Yeah, that's pretty strong.
I won't mention who the player was who suggested this, but...
No, somebody's asking when does the World Cup start? I think it starts tomorrow.
30th.
Yeah,
So it must be tomorrow, yeah.
I don't know if that's the opening ceremony or the
That's
first round.
First round, round one, yeah.
Oh, well, that's not fair. It's going to clash with the British, isn't it?
We'll do games from that tournament. We'll forget about the British and just go straight to the World Cup, you know.
Yeah, watch this one. Don't watch the World Cup. Watch this one till its conclusion. Then you can watch the World Cup. It's later in the day. For you can watch them both.
Maybe we could stay on. Maybe we could stay on and do 10 days of the World Cup. Yeah, we'll just rent out this room.
Yeah, just me and you. Just chatting away again. All right, wow. Interesting. Okay, well, that's a lot of chess then. You could potentially be taking in tomorrow.
Somebody said, didn't he get married? Yeah, he got married in January, but it's still wedding bump, right? Maybe that's why he's been playing well, because he's got married, yeah? He's got that stability in his domestic life. So... Yeah, another interesting move by Yi Chen. He's played h6. He's continued his very aggressive policy. Although after a solid reply like g6, I don't really see how White can continue the aggression. Maybe he'll play a move like g3. But you would be slightly concerned that Black would go rook e8 then. I
was just wondering, Danny, could I possibly even go g5?
G5 is certainly playable. I mean, both, but probably g5 is what he will play. Yeah, it's a good call.
The only thing about that one is, would I ever dream about doing this, or is that just completely stupid?
Blair Chess said, "How many ETA points do you think marriage is worth, Danny? Something to consider." Well, are you proposing marriage to me, Blair, so we can both bump our ratings? Yeah, I mean, I quite like White's position, but
you quite like White's position.
Well, you know, he's got the pawn h6, which is very good for the endgame. That's actually clever. Yeah, Kasparov once made this point. He said if you push the pawn all the way down the board, you know, if you get the pawn to like h3 as Black or h6 as White, then in any endgame it's going to be a very useful pawn. So. The Black pawn on h6 is a little bit weak, right? So h6 actually is a really clever move. That's a really good move, a star move by Yu Chen. Because now after the move g6, now I mean obviously we could look at variations, but the point I want to make is, let's imagine an endgame where the White Knight was on g5 or something. Black Rook would be very tied down to h7, and if Black Rook moves away and allows the capture on h7, then that pawn on h6 is going to become, you know, I'm too tired now to calculate long variations, so I'm just generalising. You know, I'm dumbing it down like they do on the you know, David Howe, Ivanka Who's Good broadcast.
That's all right. I'll try not to cheat too much though, if we can help it. Like, so yeah, like for example with g6, I don't know, some way of forcing the queens off. I was thinking if there was some extremely like clever way I could do it, but just, I don't know, let's say for example it's not going to quite work out like I wanted it to, but let's say queen e3 hits the pawn on b6 here, and then queen g5 take, now I threaten there, and that kind of that at least ties your rook down on h8.
Yeah,
although here I just go rook df8, I think, and that's a good
yeah, f3, bishop e3.
Exactly.
Adam, you're absolutely right. By the way, on the subject of gaining either, I was thinking about this earlier. I thought if you had like a chess trade, let's say you won the Euro Millions.
Yeah.
I know it's a bit of a stupid theory, but and you could hire like a 2700 player like Adams. I know he's not 2700 now, but he's got that understanding.
Any strong player,
Or even Fernandez. I think Fernandez would be a really good guy to hire as a chess trainer.
should we have to make them over 2700?
Yeah, let's say 2700.
Make them over
right?
2700.
You know, how good do you think you'd get if you had like a full-time chess trainer over 2700? How strong do you think you'd become, Adam?
Well, I thought you were going to ask me a different question. I thought you were going to ask me which player over
Well, I could ask that as
over
well.
2700 would you have on your team?
Yeah.
Which is actually a good question. So you guys in the chat, think about that. You've won the Euro Millions. You can have a full-time 2700 plus chess coach. A, who would it be? And B, how many ELO points do you think you could put on?
I mean, I think I
married.
would possibly get the 2600, like if I had a full-time chess trainer. You know, I mean, there's I think anyone who's over 2700 is going to just really improve your chess like an enormous degree, right? But also, I certainly think Adams. Whenever I've analysed with Adams, I feel like my understanding is hugely improved.
I think just thinking about it, I think I might go for Kramnik.
Kramnik would be a great one, yeah. Kramnik is fantastic, brilliant variations, and I know the young Indian contingent, like people like Gukesh and Prag and Nihal Sarin. All these people have recently been trained by Vladimir Kramnik, and also Boris Gelfand, two great players. So obviously, you know, if that doesn't help you play good chess, then, you know, nothing will, basically. I do think, yeah, I mean, that's one of the disadvantages of, I think, playing chess in this country. I've said it before, that most of the English chess players are lone wolves.
Yeah.
Right? And they got good, people like Adams, Tony Miles, Nigel Short, they got good through sheer hard work.
Mainly doing it on their own.
Mainly, but I do think Adams did have some coaching when he was younger. I don't think he was completely on his own that way, but yeah, there is that element to it, and I think that worked then. But I feel that now we're in a different kind of era, and I do think that we need a kind of maybe like a better coaching setup in this country, or we need to kind of, yeah, that's part of the problem, is that we're not getting the kind of top level coaching. Is Michael Adams involved in a junior coaching setup? Probably not, right? So we need that kind of finance to get the top players involved and helping the juniors. We have overachieved as a country, as a chess country over the years, I believe. I mean, we've only got a population of about 70 million. You look at somewhere like China or...
I was going to ask Danny, you know, actually, what if you think about it, where's our base in terms of the triangle? How wide is our base if you compare it to one of these super countries, so to speak? It's tiny, right? It's just the base numbers at the bottom even. Exactly, although we'd say, okay, we've got the chess schools and we've got chess clubs and things like that. If you compare it to loads of other countries,
I would say,
there's a huge difference, and that is all obviously going to feed into that base, and then the point gets narrower up at the top. But
you could argue that our decline as a chess country is possibly a reflection of our decline overall in the international community, because obviously other countries, I mean, England traditionally was always, we had top universities like Cambridge and Oxford. But now a lot of other countries have taken up the template, and, they simply have much larger populations than we do. So therefore, they're kind of charging ahead of us, right? And I read recently actually that they are trying to turn Cambridge into like a larger kind of area, a larger kind of technological hub. So that's good news. Although I was in a tournament in Cambridge earlier this year. Michael Adams won it, and I was walking around the town centre, and it's quite a small town centre. So if you've got an extra 25,000 people flood into that small area, it's going to become extremely crowded. Anyway, we're going off on a bit of a tangent. My favourite thing to do, go off on a random tangent, talk about something completely unconnected to the game. Should we have a look at maybe some of the other games, because this feels like it's slowed down a bit?
He's played G6 just to...
Yeah, there's not much going on in this game at the moment, but I feel like the fireworks will come later.
We'll take a look at board 2.
Yeah, Max Potts said, I think it comes down to coaching. Also, a country like Armenia has a population about 2 to 3 million, yet has loads of GMs. Yeah, good point. I mean, a lot of it's about, you know, like New Zealand in rugby, right? They have a very small population relative to other nations, but...
I mean, it does have chess as a part of the curriculum, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it still does, but it did at some point. Yeah, I think politicians have changed there.
Right, okay. So Rookie A1 was the move we were thinking will probably be played. Bishop F8, he's played rather than Bishop E6.
Yeah.
First on C3 to stabilising the centre. A5 gaining some space, and now rather mysterious move by White. He's played Bishop 8 B1.
Yeah, I like the way Harry's playing this game. I feel like Bishop B1's a really good move.
Why? Tell me what the point of Bishop B1 is.
No idea. Just looks good, right?
Does it?
Well, I mean, you're tucking. You're tucking the bishop away, and I think the idea is, at some point, Black will forget that there's mate on H7.
Ah, I see.
Because the bishop will be so far away, he won't be able to visually see
idea.
when the queen arrives at H7. It's been defended by very clever.
That's very clever. That's very clever.
No, I think there is a reason behind it. Maybe he was afraid of the move knight C4. Maybe also Black wanted to go B6 and bishop A6. He's changed that bishop.
Surely there's more encouragement to do that now, isn't there?
Yeah, but now at least
you can always trade
you
on
can
E8,
avoid
can't
the
you?
exchange.
Always trade on E8. You can play knight E5. No, maybe.
But just
Maybe
anyway,
perhaps.
regardless of whether bishop B1's a good move or not, I just feel like White's position looks very promising to me. It's very clear what he's trying to do. He's trying to attack on the king's side. It's not so clear to me what Black should do himself. How he should complete his development.
I wondered, put maybe A4 to give the knight the C4 square.
But hasn't he got the C4 square anyway? Oh, because you worried about B3 as a
B3,
response.
perhaps.
Right.
Oh, but I do wonder about this plan for White, whether or not this is part of the thinking behind Bishop B1 is actually to do this.
But if I then went Queen F6, you'd just take me and cripple my pawns, would you?
If you went Queen F6, I think I would.
So
yeah.
what does Black specifically play here?
Let's see, what does Black specifically play? Well, if he does play, let's say A4, and White was to go maybe knight E5.
Yeah, 95 is a good move.
Then he's got to at least be careful about this because it comes quite quickly. For instance, I don't know, let's play some move that doesn't look terribly good. Maybe A3 or something. I mean, actually, now, even once the queen gets to D3, you can still play F5 as a bait,
Right.
can't you?
What's your idea? The Queen F3? Oh, you want to go Queen D3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would respond to the move A3 with B3.
Yeah, absolutely.
And also you can come back to D2, which also gives you the option of playing F4, which I think F4 is at some point will be useful. Mind you, F4 I guess would always be met with Queen H4, right? And that also becomes very sharp. But then Rook E3. Yeah, I feel there's very uncomfortable pressure here already for White. Very good prep by Harry. He's a very well prepared player. We've seen this before. I've experienced the downside of it myself as Black in a number of games against Harry, and he's just a very well prepared player in general. And yeah, I feel like my instinct when I saw Harry today, I thought this guy's going to win the game. I just had that feeling. He just looked so confident. I've never seen anyone look so confident.
I think he'll play A4. And I think knight E5 looks like a decent response. And then I'm wondering if maybe he will now switch and play something like bishop E6 to play knight C4. That looks risky though, because as soon as that happens, you can just take it and go queen E4, and it's terribly dangerous. In fact, maybe it's really...
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting subject about this. Sorry to bang on about stuff, but yeah, chess has become somebody said chess has become a mandatory school subject across Armenia for every child over the age of 6. School officials in Armenia say the move is aimed at fostering independent strategic thinking among future generations at school, at work, and in society. Yeah, I think that's a very good point. Yeah, I mean, chess, does chess help learning in other areas? You could well argue it does. I mean, I run a chess school in Northumberland, chess club. But what I find with the kids, a lot of the kids, you ask them, they say, have you played chess, you know, at any point during the week when you weren't at a chess club? And they say no. A lot of them say no. Now, the ones who tend to get good, obviously the ones who tend to like play chess,
in serious competitive environments.
Yeah, and also the fact that they're doing it at home.
Yeah.
And sometimes they're encouraged by their parents to do it at home, and the ones who aren't tend to kind of end up falling behind. I mean, I know you do a lot of chess coaching, Adam. Do you find that yourself? I know you coach at a school called Woodbridge.
Yeah.
Do you find that there's kids who like basically they come in, they seem very promising, but maybe they don't develop as much as you were expecting because they don't really bother to do any chess at home?
Yeah, exactly. I think you see certain sort of different tiers of seriousness about the game. So you have those who just come along to chess club, at school, and that's really, they're there for the sort of the social interaction as much as anything else.
Sure.
So for example, if they were signed up, let's say, to a lunchtime chess club where they weren't obliged to turn up because there was no payment involved, then you would find typically, if let's say their friends decided, oh, I want to go outside and play this lunchtime, they would probably also have absolutely no problem with doing exactly the same thing, because it's the social aspect of it which they enjoy, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that at all. That's fine. So that's one level, and then you have a level where you have kids who not only are coming to chess club, but they're also being, I would say, often it comes from a driver at home, so a parent at home, so somebody who wants to play chess with them and thinks it's a good idea for them to play some chess.
I think sometimes it's like babysitting, right? They're just
but chess clubs at school, absolutely they are. Yeah, no, absolutely they are. I mean, so are lots of clubs at school.
Sure.
It's not just chess.
But I mean, at your school at the moment, is there any kids that you would perceive as being particularly promising, or?
Yeah, there's plenty of kids who. So you move on from that tier to then, I'm lucky enough to work at a school where actually children can have chess lessons during the day,
Right.
so then they're learning chess during the day. So obviously then there's a serious step up, if you like, or there should be a serious step up in terms of their level and their seriousness about the game.
Yeah, sure.
But even then, you still occasionally see children who like the social interaction of that, but then they still won't maybe play tournament chess, shall we say?
Yeah,
and
absolutely,
and you're not going to get good at chess to a level that we're talking about here unless you take the plunge at some point and start playing competitive chess.
Absolutely. So do a lot of them go like the route where they play like the mega finals and then they get into like tournament play that way? Or?
Yeah, mega finals is a big one. A lot of again, some of it comes from the parents, so they see that their child, for example, has qualified to play in the mega final or the giga final, and hence, wow, that's a great achievement. Let's go along to that. But of course, there are other tournaments. Well, there's tournaments all the time that they could be playing in. So it's as I say, there's levels to it, and then you get into. But I think going to sort of an external chess club is super important. If you can find a really good external chess club where you have good support, you have adults who support the juniors and teach them. We were very lucky where we grew up that we had that kind of had a few clubs like that, but one in particular that we went along to, and that made a massive difference. You start playing serious long play adult chess at a youngish age,
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I
makes a big
mean, I was doing a masterclass yesterday in this commentary room, and a lot of the kids were, I was impressed at the level, put it that way. But in this position, Daniel Fernandez played 98. I believe the idea is to maybe reroute the knight to have a clever idea, actually.
I just want to look. They've agreed to draw, apparently.
Wow. I'm surprised. I'm very surprised at that decision. I think you know what I think it is. I think Adams is really tired, and I think he thinks that he's hoping that Daniel obviously won't score 2 out of 2. Maybe he's almost encouraging him to maybe offer a draw himself, right? It's almost like a sort of like a little prod, you know.
I mean, I imagine he's taken a look at. He must have taken a look at the Fernandez game.
That's also,
because he's obviously made a draw offer. I mean, because it's White's move, so you know.
Yes. Well, I feel like, or maybe he just feels slightly uncomfortable. I mean, it's easy to sit here and say, look, you know, the engine says slight edge for black, but you know, you don't know that at the board. You might feel slightly uncomfortable in that position as black, and so it's a perfectly understandable decision. The only thing where you could criticise it is obviously he's now lost control of the tournament. If Fernandez scores 2 out of 2, he's going to win. But I do think with Adams, I think from my experience when I played him in 2018, he got very tired at the end of that tournament. Understandably so. There's no rest day here. We were discussing this before. So he probably thinks, right, I'll make a draw here. I will now push with White in the next game.
Yeah.
If I win that game, you know, and Fernandez gets 8 out of 9, well, fair play. I've got 7.5, right? You know, this brings in my 7 out of 9, because what could happen is Adams, right, let's say, okay, tomorrow, obviously think he's very likely to win. But let's say Fernandez draws, right, he will then play someone like Nick Pert, you know, tough opponent, so he's not necessarily going to win with White. And then if Adams thinks, well, look, hang on, Fernandez isn't doing great, or he could even lose maybe, then he might take a draw himself with White to at least guarantee a playoff, and then my 7 out of 9 comes through on the bridle. Beautiful, finally. I'm validated. So yeah, I love Adam's decision. He's trying to help me. He's trying to bring the 7 out of 9 back into play.
Yeah, it must be why he's done it. I'm sure. He's been watching your commentary.
But yeah.
In another situation, you carry on.
Sorry.
In another situation.
I think he would probably carry on, but I think he'd been thinking about tournament strategy for a while now. And I think that he believes in Harry Greaves' chances, as I do. He thinks Harry's not going to lose. And then he's going to put... But also, as I said just now, that basically he's probably very tired. He's trying to conserve some energy, because if he's having to play the final round and trying to win that game, and then he has to play the playoff, he needs to take a breather. Take a breather, have a rest day today. If Fernandez scores 2 out of 2, fair play, what do you do? There's nothing you can do about it. I don't think, to be honest with you, I don't think Adams will be that bothered if Fernandez wins the tournament. I think he'll be quite happy. He's probably getting sick of winning the British himself. You know? There's certain, well, no, not obviously not completely, but I think partly that he feels like, you know, the younger generation need a bump, right? And they haven't had much to cheer about. And he's probably thinking himself that it's a bit ridiculous that I'm still, like, by far the top dog in English chess, you know, 30 years on from when I first started being the top dog. By the way, somebody asked me a quiz question. The ability to play chess is a sign of a gentleman. The ability to play chess well is a sign of a wasted life. Which great player said that? I don't know, was it Capablanca? Someone like that. I think it was someone on that generation. Somebody said, I haven't won Euro Millions, but I did win £20 in the postcode lottery the other day. So I would hire Danny Gomali, and I think my rating would increase by 43.2. Oh, it was Paul Morphy who said that, not Murphy. Yeah, Morphy, exactly. It's interesting, yeah, about Paul Morphy. I was looking into him recently. I wrote a book about Paul Morphy, but it never got published, or a short book. And he was a very interesting figure. It's kind of like the Bobby Fischer before Bobby Fischer came along. He had a slightly tortured existence because he was a lawyer in Louisiana, I believe, or it was in the Deep South. And he felt like chess was kind of like a frivolous profession. Back in the 19th century, it wasn't considered normal to be a professional player. So he didn't like the idea that he was like a famous person and that people like felt like, you know, he was going to be like, you know, the best chess player in the world, and that was what he was going to do for his profession. He didn't regard doing chess as a profession as being a respectable career. Do you think being a chess player, professional chess player, is now considered respectable, Adam?
Yeah, I do.
Or do you think that it's a bit like being a bum?
No, I don't think so.
No?
No, I don't think so. I think the more, you know, the more exposure that chess is getting, which I think it is in general terms, with you know, with a certain amount of publicity, of course, things like the Queen's Gambit and what have you, and you know, streaming and that sort of thing. I think people actually, what I've noticed, for example, at my school, is you have a huge amount more children who weren't playing chess because they thought it was a bit of a nerdy thing to do, suddenly getting on chess.com and playing just as,
Yeah,
you know,
definitely.
just some throwaway games. Quite interesting to see, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little bit like, I mean, back in the day, you know, obviously, you know, professional tennis players back in the 19th century, you know, professional footballers, but obviously now it's a little bit like that, or being an actor or something like that. It's not like a profession that necessarily contributes to society, like a nurse or a teacher. But yeah, it's yeah, so interesting situation now. If Fernandez wins, I still think the most likely result is a draw, but if Fernandez wins, he is then clear leader, and probably he would, you know, feel like a draw could be enough to get him over the line in the final round.
Yeah, possibly. I know what you're saying about Adam's game, but I'm quite surprised by it.
I'm slightly surprised, but I understand the feeling behind it. Is we don't know how tired Adams is.
Yeah,
We can't
no, of
see.
course not, of course
I believe he's probably very tired, and without the rest day, he feels the only way to try and get a good performance tomorrow is to take a draw in that game, have a little bit of a breather, come back firing with White, and potentially have enough for a playoff if you need. He may not have to play a playoff. He may be able to win it outright if he wins tomorrow.
Or if somehow Harry wins this game today.
If Harry wins this game, you could even see a situation where Adams takes a quick draw tomorrow,
Yeah.
and hope that Fernandez can't win his game.
Yeah.
Who's Adam's opponent tomorrow?
Well, we don't know yet. We don't know
Don't
yet.
know that yet. Although
There's
it's
a lot of
very
good
likely
future.
that Fernandez's opponent tomorrow will be Yi Chen Han. No matter what happens. Or is that
Well, not necessarily.
That's
No,
five
no,
and a half,
no,
hasn't
no,
he?
no.
So, okay, so
Nick Pert would probably be more likely if Nick Pert was able to win. But yeah, it depends on who's played who and all
colours
this
and
kind of
floats
stuff.
and things like that. So we left this one after Bishop B1, and we were wondering what exactly Black was going to do. I thought A4 was most likely, but he decided to take on E1 and then go knight E8. So he's rerouting his knight back round to F6, and he's going to leave that D6 square potentially for his bishop. Harry then went knight F5, and one little idea I saw, I didn't know how good it was that I wondered if bishop takes F5, whether or not White could sacrifice and play rook takes E8, queen takes E8, and queen takes F5, setting up this threat up here. It's not mate, there's ways to stop it. Well, not that many ways to stop it. You could play G6, that would definitely be worth considering, but you could also, of course, go bishop D6 here as well. And you get something like this, check and take the pawn off on G7. I don't think this is good enough for White, to be honest with you. I think there must be plenty of ways to defend here, and maybe keep the advantage. But it just kind of crossed my mind that it was quite a cute little idea to play rook takes e8 at that particular moment. As it was, black just went knight f6. He's now threatening the h5 pawn. So you think that one needs to be guarded somehow.
Well, I mean, if you played knight e5, then knight h5 would run into...
Knight takes h6.
Knight takes h6,
yeah. Nice
so
move.
maybe knight e5 would be on the agenda
Just to
for
show
white.
the mate. That's mate.
Yeah, so
Knight e5.
I could even consider playing g4. It's a very radical move. Instead of knight e5, it's just playing g4 as well. But a very loosening move. So there's... But still, it's not so easy for black to crack the position.
Adam, how often does Fernandez play the Petrov? I haven't seen him do that before.
We don't know how often he plays it. I would have thought it would sort of be a very, very rare tool in his opening repertoire.
He has gone knight e5, by the way.
Yeah.
Which kind of looks like the move, right? So
yeah, and in some ways, sorry to interrupt you, just in some ways because of the question from the audience, I thought that was a very surprising decision by him to play the Petrov as well, because of the tournament situation and the fact that it was likely that he would need 1.5, probably, potentially need to have the ability to win the game on tap if he saw that Adams was, for example, winning. To stay with him. So I thought the decision was a little bit surprising, but as Daniel said yesterday, he prepares for the opponent a lot of the time. He doesn't necessarily prepare, the opening. He looks at what his opponent's strengths and weaknesses are, and he's obviously taken that into account with his decision to play what he's chosen to play today.
I think he's under a bit of pressure. I mean, still the pressure remains from white, and how do you resolve it? Not so obvious to me. I mean, you could play a bit like bishop e6, right? Yeah. Although I would be... I would even wonder if there's some weird move after bishop e6. But no, I don't mean... Yeah, I guess you go g4, right?
g4 looks...
He's taken, by the way, which is very sound in terms of... It's obvious what his strategy... He's just trying to make a draw. It's kind of like that line in the Berlin defense, right? Where... Black is just...
So
he's taken on f5. I think probably you go bishop
queen
d6.
c8.
Queen c8 is solid, yeah. But then queen f3, I'll still maintain some pressure.
Yeah, queen f3 or queen f4.
I like queen f3 because I don't want to run into a bishop d6.
I might do bishop d6 anyway.
Oh, you're party poopy. You're party poopies. Yeah, I feel like, the engine is saying that this is equal, but to me, it doesn't look it visually. It looks a lot better for white, right? No? What am I missing?
Well,
yeah, it's saying a lot better for white. Queen f5, right? So you do your queen c8 move.
Yeah.
There's ways to lose, I imagine, as well, instead of queen c8. But queen c8 is very solid. Just go g4 now. Huge edge for white.
Okay, so I'll take your queen off, you take with your bishop, of course, and if bishop d6, why is this so much better? It's got more space. Good night.
Well, I have no idea. That's just the engine is saying.
I know, I'm just posing the question.
Yeah, maybe f4, maybe even.
To me, it doesn't look so obvious.
No, I agree with what you're saying,
White's
yeah.
so much better here. Like, black has an idea, possibly on the queen side, although it's a bit slow, but do something like this, hit the pawn on b2.
Can I just go just in that line? Can I just go knight d3 out of interest?
Knight d3 now.
Knight d3. I think one of the problems is if you go rook e8, I can trade and go bishop c8.
Okay, let's just
which is
show that.
hugely annoying.
Take bishop c8 and the detail there is.
He has gone queen c8, by the way.
After the b pawn moves, you can go bishop d7.
So do you think Harry? I'm not convinced Harry will find his g4 move. It's such a natural move, but I'm still not convinced he's going to find it.
No, I don't think he.
It could end up being a quick draw this game as well. A relatively quick draw. I mean, if you went queen f3, I think you know, you're starting to run out of, you're starting to go backwards a little bit. So a sign there's not much going on there really for white. But I think G4 is really tremendous. Yeah, so in your line, after Queen F5, Bishop F5, Bishop D6, you do go F4. And then white has a huge space advantage.
Right, so with in this one with G4,
Yeah,
you mean?
Queen F5, Bishop takes, Bishop D6, just play F4 at them.
Just F4, okay, yeah.
And how do you break out the bind?
Well, why don't I try my plan?
Past Pawn thinks that Fernandez is just playing like this just to outplay Harry in the ending. I think there is a certain degree of, yeah, you know, we were talking yesterday about Fernandez and how he looks at other players. You were saying that today as well, Adam. And he was saying my weakness is I'm not very good at, when I get like a -1 position, I just collapse, right?
Defending worse positions.
So I'll probably owe him some money for that piece of information. But I think he would look at Fernandez and say, look at Harry, and he would say that Harry's weakness is potentially, you know, he's very good in the opening, but obviously if somebody's very good in the opening, very well prepared, what is their weakness? Their weakness is probably because they're not so great in the end game. And yeah, I suppose we're going to see this in the game. Are we going to go into an end game? Will white play G4? It seems like a crushing end game, but G4 is not an obvious move.
No.
And it's not obvious to assess that white is a lot better after Queen F5, Bishop F5, Bishop D6, F4. I think it's just a general space that you're grabbing, you know, limited options for black. The king will quickly move to F3 or something like that, I guess, in that kind of line.
Oh yeah, I'm not surprised in the slightest that Reeve has chosen to keep the queens on for a lot of the sort of reasoning of the
Slightly artificial, but practical, right? Because now if you go Bishop D6, maybe there's weird ideas of taking on F7 or going. Yeah, I don't like it as much as G4 though. I feel like G4 was the, maybe I'm just in love with engines.
Perhaps he's thinking about going F4 now.
Yeah, I mean, but can you stick the knight on E4 then?
Ah, yeah, okay.
Queen D3 is still a very promising position for white. Yeah, I mean, you're playing for checkmate, right? I mean, what is black going to do? Maybe the plan is to go F3 and knight G4. Maybe that's what he wants. He wants to go F3, knight G4 and just play for checkmate.
That's interesting. Can I stop you there from doing that? And if so, how? That's very clever.
I've finally come up with a good idea.
Come up with a really
like
good
not
idea.
8 days into the broadcast.
Yeah.
So my hit percentage isn't great.
I
but-
just asked people in the audience, okay, we're trying to commentate, you need to be really, really quiet, just so we can concentrate as much as anything else. Thank you so much. So, yeah, knight G4 is coming for sure. I can't see how to stop it.
There's always ways.
Okay, play something like
He has gone Bishop D6. Now this F3,
F3.
I think is just
Okay, can I go
obvious.
Queen E6?
Yeah, good move. Right.
And if you go King F2 to guard your rook, I'll go Rook E8. And just try and stop you through a
Okay,
fairly
I won't go.
artificial
I
looking
don't like King F2. I'm going to try something else.
Okay, so let's try something else.
I'm
Queen
not sure
E6.
what that something else is, but I will try it.
Maybe Rook E2?
Maybe Rook E2, but then Rook E8.
But then I thought I could go no. No, I can't.
Let's think about. Take the move, but let's think. Let's
Let's
use
try
our
and
brain
think.
power
Okay.
to try and get. Because obviously the engine hates it. So let's
Sorry,
think.
doesn't. Oh, sorry, hates Queen E6.
It hates Queen E6. So why does it hate Queen E6? There must be like a really clever. No, maybe it doesn't. There must be a really clever move here for white that we're missing. Not really sure what it is actually. Visually, I mean there is Queen D1, but that looks a bit silly.
not that easy to see, is it? I thought Queen C2 maybe to go back with the knight, but that looks like the wrong way. Anybody in the audience with any suggestions?
Put the rook on E3.
Put the rook on E3.
Oh, that's clever. Actually, that makes sense. That makes sense because then knight G4 is defending the rook.
You should be commentating, not us.
Yeah,
Rook
you're better
E3.
than us.
Rook E8 and the point is there. After knight there, we guard the rook. Very, very important detail. Yeah, it's a good suggestion. So F3.
Oh, by the way, F3 is not the top move.
Well, okay, it's not the top move. So
No, it is a good move though. It's a good move. No, it is probably. There's other moves as well.
So we still haven't established how black's going to defend after F3.
Well, you can play a very difficult move to find. I think he will go F3 because it's very natural response and very obvious threat of knight G4, which is difficult to deal with. Apparently, black can go King F8.
Okay.
Right, and the idea is knight G4. Let's say you go knight G4, so then you go bishop G3. And come on, who the hell finds that? Nobody finds that. Rook E2, knight G8. The chances of this occurring in the game are approximately 0. There's more chance of an asteroid crashing through the tournament hall. Armageddon style. Before we get the Armageddon game in the playoff, we're going to get the actual Armageddon. Yeah, I feel like F3. I hope Harry finds F3.
I hope he finds F3.
Because I think that would really put the cat amongst the pigeons. Although for Daniel Fernandez super fans like James Morby will be dreading the idea of an F3 move.
So what is there any other way of stopping this knight G4, Danny, other than this crazy King F8 move?
By the way, his rook E3 that was pointed out was exactly correct. It's plus 3.2. So if you play that if you carelessly play Queen E6, it's a good question. I don't know, but King F8 is not easy to find. If he finds F3, I think Daniel Fernandez is in big trouble. So my prediction earlier, when I was on a bus, I went past Harry Green and I thought that guy is going to win today. I've never been more confident about anything in my life. And it's looking like it could be coming true.
Okay, let's see what else we've got. We've been focusing very much on the top two boards. Anywhere in particular you'd like to go? Any other places?
What about Richard Perk? Because Richard Perk, let's see how he's responded to that terrible that he threw away yesterday.
Sure. So we'll whip through the opening here. So Richard Perk is white, William Claridge Hanson playing black. So London systems set up here. Very solid, very fashionable.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, yeah, this is like a Torre attack as well, right? This whole position it's very, very solid for white. It's just very little that can go wrong. Not very ambitious chess by Richard, I'll be honest.
Knight d2 avoids bishop takes f3 and the doubling of the pawns. Black expands on the queen side with b5. Doesn't give away the a5 square though, so that's why this next move, knight b3, is natural.
That's a good move.
Yeah,
good
you
move.
Want to go
Yeah.
knight a5. Queen b6 stops that one. Now a5, queen back to b7.
I like what William's done as well. Just lure the pawn to a5, so you don't have to worry about knight a5. Even though that pawn on a5 is very good for an ending.
Yeah.
Because a6 will be a weakness.
The knight coming round the angles as well, so it's quite useful. Knight c1. Okay. Again, a little bit of a kind of tricky manoeuvring going on here. Knight d5.
Clever move, yeah.
Knight d3.
Knight c1 as well.
Take. Knight f6. Knight b4. Looks to win the bishop pair. Bishop e4. Queen e2. d5. Knight d3. And rook c8. That's our position.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. Of play left here. I mean, I feel like this is a high quality game compared to some of the games we've seen in this tournament. Feels like it's quite good play by both sides, to be honest with you. I like what they're doing, but there's not much to really say about this position. It's just very, very solid for both sides.
Yeah.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if this game ended in a draw. But what black does have here is this minority attack. So in situation, for example, if you were to trade on d3, you've always got this b4 prod, and the idea is you create a weakness on c3.
Let's just say I went f3 or something, for
Yeah.
example. Bishop takes d3, let's say queen takes d3, and then b4 at some
b4, although that will open up the path to a6 for white, so there is some slight, and also the square on e4 is not necessarily available for black at the moment. Black could also go knight e8, knight d6, knight f5, some situation, or knight c4.
Yeah.
Quite like black's position. Rich has played knight e5, which is an understandable reaction. He's trying to avoid it, that kind of stuff, but feels like black is doing okay. Not sure how he follows up, but maybe we could switch to another game.
Knight d7 perhaps.
At some point, yeah. Jonah Willow is also interesting, and potentially
Sure.
Nick Pert we haven't looked at for a while either. Nick Pert's obviously a critical pairing.
Sure. Let's have a look. So why don't we step on? Yeah, let's go to board 3. Game Pert versus Derek Sharney. We did have a look quickly at the opening, and we saw this semi-Slav with e4, take on c4, and then e5. We had h3, and we were expecting at some point black to take on d4, and then plays knight to e5. So it's knight to e5, not his bishop. But he delayed it. He played bishop c7, bishop e3, a6, which is a move has been played in similar sorts of positions to prepare b5. Rook e1, take, knight e5. The move rook e1 has given white the f1 square for his bishop, so he uses it. Knight g6 steps away from f4 e5 threat. And now it's a bit more difficult for white to play the move f4, which is what we were thinking he might have done previously. So g3, sensible move. Pawn is guarded on h3, bishop g2, maybe coming f4, this type of thing. Black reacts with h5, so very concrete, I would say. I think the point of that one is probably if white was now to play f4, black would go h4 and open up the king side. Because if you take on h4, you lose your f-pawn. If you advance your f-pawn and play for just a very greedy win of this pawn, then I suspect that's going to just backfire in some way on the dark squares. I mean, I would think probably knight e5, yeah? Yeah. Knight e5, and if gh or g4...
Too weakening, I think.
Looks a bit too weak.
You can't play like this.
I mean, g4 probably, of the two, looks a bit more sensible to play g5, but then... I don't know, c5 already, I think, for example, and the knight will come into f3.
I think what Nick's done is all correct, right?
So h5, knight f5, queen e6, back, interesting. So a repetition twice, but no real desire to make a draw here. He knows he needs 2 out of 2 for a decent amount of money, as much as anything. I mean, if it's solely the
so you
money,
think 6 will win nothing?
well, it might win something. I don't think it will win a huge amount.
I've often been in situations where you need to win the final rounds to get to, say, like when it used to be 11 rounds, you normally used to have to get 7.5
out of 11.
Yeah, to get what was your best score ever in the British?
I got 2011. I think I got third equal. I got 7.5 out of 11.
That was the year you drew with Adams, right?
Yeah.
So what was the key to your success that year? Were you working hard, or you just felt like you were in good form, or what
I think it was actually probably neither of those things. I was a little bit lucky in some of my games.
Did I draw with you in that tournament? There was one where I was white and I was like better against you, and it was another one of those British where I could have won.
Quite possibly. I mean, I remember spending quite a bit of time with you, for example, at that British, you and Simon, and I think actually that was a very important factor. It was in Canterbury, nice place to be.
That's different to now. You just avoid me.
Nice venue, sunny days. You know, wore shorts to the venue, just relaxed.
Yeah. I remember Simon being
around. You don't have a lot of
exactly.
You don't have a lot of pressure on. You tend to play better.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, so queen e6, h4, rook e8, bishop g2, knight g4, bishop d4.
Oh, maybe f6. No.
Bishop e5, rook d1, and here is our position.
It hates rook d1, I think.
It hates rook d1.
Well, the avowed bar dropped, didn't it? Or maybe not.
Looks like a sensible move.
It kind of looks like a natural move, right? But rook d1, yeah. I mean, I'm not loving black's play here. I feel like it's very. It might be okay, but it's very kind of committal, right? It's almost just like all in. He hasn't really developed the queen side. How does he continue now? Queen f6 or what? Maybe queen f6 is playable, but it looks very passive.
Queen f6, so you want to take on f5?
Yeah, I just want to somehow. The bishop on c8 is a really sad piece. So I want to kind of get that bishop in the game.
Get rid of him. Yeah. Okay. I'm thinking of maybe stepping away with my bishop here, so can't make mass exchanges. I thought perhaps bishop b6 takes control of d8 square.
Yeah, good choice.
And now if you were to take on f5, I take back, and that's going to also give me e4 possibly. So let's say knight e7 here.
Yeah.
Is there going to be a little prod f3 that's annoying, or is that just very weakening?
Really?
No, it looks very weakening, doesn't it?
Probably I wouldn't go f3.
No, I don't think so.
Can I go knight e4?
Knight e4, after queen takes f5.
Then I think about what I'm going to play. So I just go.
Then you're going to have lost a pawn.
Well, I have lost a pawn, but I still wish to play. But yeah, maybe there's no good follow-up. I did see that lost a pawn, but I felt I was losing a pawn anyway.
Right.
Maybe I could go rook d7 actually, because that would hit b7. So at least that way I'm like, yeah, maybe I'm losing f5, but I'm hitting b7, so that's something, right?
Oh, instead of
knight e4, whereas after knight e4 I can't go rook d7.
rook d7.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not really that convincing for white, all this. So I feel like actually, even though the computer vow is favouring, he's taken on d4, by the way, which is also a fairly sensible move. Instead of going for my queen f6.
Yeah, so if I take now with my rook...
Maybe his idea is to go queen e5.
Well, the first thing to consider is whether or not you can take on f5, of course.
Ah, right.
But after pawn takes, rook takes, it's not checkmate quite, bishop f1, and then the knight can jump into e5.
Right, well, rook d8.
Rook d8,
rook
yeah.
d8 looks a little
d8,
bit problematic.
Rook d8 and...
Something would be good.
Something like maybe... King g2?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I feel like this is too much for black. You don't need to do this crazy.
It was a bit dramatic.
Rook d4, why not queen e5?
Takes d4, queen e5, okay.
And then it, like,
so if I went knight d6, so you're going to take my rook, so I can't do that quite yet.
Yeah, I feel like this is okay for Border actually. The more I look at this, I feel like he's actually played a good game here.
What about going there?
Yeah, but still, I mean, this just looks unclear to me. I don't know what you think, but okay, the engine of vow is favouring white, but probably you have to play like a number of really accurate moves as white to maintain the edge. Whereas black does have some play here, you know, the knight on g4 is irritating for white.
It is, yeah.
You've constantly got to watch out for ideas of taking on h4. Maybe the black queen could go to f6. We could take on h4. We can go for the crazy checkmate ideas. Or the queen could go to e5 and then maybe think about knight h4. So, yeah, I feel like the next few moves are going to be key for Nick to see if he can establish some kind of control over the position. But at the moment, it just looks like a bit of a mess to me. So I'm intrigued to see what happens in that game, and I feel like this Fernandez game is getting critical. I don't know if you want to go back there or maybe go to the somewhere else.
Well, he hasn't played that yet. Quite yet.
He hasn't played F3.
Well, let's have a look.
No, he's gone rook e3, which also is a very aggressive. But we have seen this. So Fernandez is defending like a computer. He's found his computer
against
move.
rook e3. He's played king f8 anyway.
Wow, that's insane. Very impressive by both players. King f8. I'm impressed that Fernandez finds that. I feel like his chess has moved to a different level the last few months. And
what was the threat? Was the threat to go rook f3? Or
Yeah, but it's just a very good defensive
He's gonna
move,
go
isn't
there
it?
now.
He has gone rook f3 anyway.
Okay. Now can we take on e5 and go knight e4? Or
Possible. Looks scary though. Oh, you want to take and go knight g4?
no, I want to take and go knight e4.
Oh, right, okay.
If I go knight g4, I don't really want to allow queen h7.
This is very double-edged now. I mean, this could, maybe James Morby's suggestion that Fernandez will win with black is actually a valid suggestion, because Harry's really going all in. We saw this yesterday where he really went all in for the attack, and it ended up backfiring, and he actually was very lucky to draw the game. So, but I still feel from a purely practical perspective, you'd feel very uncomfortable here as black, right? You've got to have to play very, very accurate defensive moves, probably just to stay on the board over the next few moves. If he can survive the next few moves, Daniel Fernandez, I think his prospects in the endgame are quite good, but this is really key. What does he do here? Like, does he go for your takes and then 94 suggestion?
I thought he would also definitely consider queen e6.
He's
there.
gone queen c7, which
Queen e6 and just bring the pieces over like this. I thought that was also extremely sensible.
queen c7 is a very sensible
C7,
move. He's
okay.
playing just logical chess here. Yeah, Fernandez, and very good move, queen c7. So the onus now is on white to come up with something clever. I wonder, Adam, if you could play rook f5.
Yeah, I thought he might play that. Yeah, in a couple of different scenarios. Rook f5. So
And then maybe just go f4 is the plan. F4, g4, g5 is very long-winded, but how does black create counterplay in the meantime? I guess c5 will come in at some point.
Yeah, I think maybe we'll start with rook e8.
Yeah, and f4, maybe c5 will be played, yeah. And
C5.
a very sharp positions starting to happen. Like, how do you play as white? If you go g4, maybe I take on d4.
Yep.
And it's looking a bit scary for both sides.
Yep.
Well, maybe g4 is like taken on e5 and g4 is hanging.
So say again.
Maybe if you go g4, I take on e5 and then I take on g4.
Yeah, absolutely.
And also not... Wow, this is really sharpening up. I'll do the old cheat again, see what the engine's saying.
There's no value in sacrificing the exchange here, I imagine.
Yeah, I was wondering about
Just
that.
go knight
I mean, I
g4
guess you
afterwards.
could, but I don't think he would do that just yet. I think he
Yeah.
would delay.
Yeah. Rook f5, patient move. Rook takes f6, impatient move. But both of them possible.
Yeah, I prefer this plan of going f3 that we were discussing. But then again, f3, king f8. I mean, maybe you just felt with f3, king f8, the rook wasn't playing on e1. So in some sense, this is more logical, what he's done, because now the rook is somehow in the game.
Yeah, I thought he might go, for example, rook f5 and then f3, and play it like that. But I don't think you're really quite in time after rook e8? You have to then make a decision about your knight.
Someone said, past pawn said, Nick Pert will win and grind the ending out. Well, surely he will grind the ending out and win, would be the better way. So he's going to win the game and also grind the ending out. That doesn't make much sense to me. So I even mock the online Kubitzers. Sorry. It's my mean personality
That's
coming out.
Fine. It's fine. All right, I think what we'll do, we're going to take a quick break. Got some game sharpening up here, so it'd be interesting to see what the next sort of hour brings in terms of the chess. So we'll see you back up here in about sort of 5 minutes or so,
Right.
5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah,
And
let's
yeah, see you in a moment. a special guest.
Hi.
She's not, I was going to say she's not playing, but she is playing. It's my sister Harriet Hunt, and you're competing in the Saturday Rapid Play.
Yes.
And how are you getting on?
I've got 4.5 out of 5. I was a bit unlucky to draw the game I drew, but then I was a bit lucky to win the last round when I was getting completely stuffed by Don Mason. So.
Okay, so you take 4.5.
I'll take 4.5. Two more rounds to play. It's a very punishing schedule, the Rapid Play.
Right, all right. And how have you, you've maybe been watching, hopefully, some of the commentary from afar? How have you been enjoying it?
I was being quite active in the chat room the last 2 days, annoying Adam, so I thought I would mostly save him from having me annoying him in the chat today by coming but getting out of the way and playing some chess. But no, it's great.
Annoying me again tomorrow?
I might do.
Yeah?
I might do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Are you commenting on the playoffs as well? If it goes to a playoff, okay. I was going to ask you that yesterday.
Commentating on that one as well. So, maybe Harry's got to play another game in 15 minutes. So we just have a look. Anything in particular, Harry, that you'd like to say about the top boards or of interest, like how you find this game, for example?
Well, this one I saw this one when you were looking at the opening earlier, and it certainly seems to have livened up a bit since then. I mean, I was just looking at some of the lines you were looking at with Danny. I guess potentially White could find himself over-tangled here. I mean,
maybe C5.
Maybe C5, yeah.
I mean, I was trying overextending. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well, potentially White's king can end up quite weak in this position. I mean, Black's pieces are actually on quite good squares to target White's king if the centre and the king side opens up a bit. So, yeah, I think I kind of like Black here actually, because, yeah.
I didn't give you. I said that you're my sister, but I didn't really give you sort of a chess build-up that you deserve. One person in the chat says, "Who's this lady?" Question mark. This is
fair enough.
That's fair enough. So this is Harriet. She's not only my sister, but also international master and 5-time ladies champion.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Well, I've got a quiz question for you.
Most of them were before the turn of the millennium, a long time ago.
There was a quiz question earlier, and the quiz
I'm
question.
always up for a quiz question.
Good, you're always up for a quiz question.
Yeah.
Which ladies player has won the British Women's Championship the most times? And you've got multiple choice here, so don't worry. You've got multiple choice.
Okay.
You've got A, Elaine Pritchard.
My name tag is wrong. Yeah, I know. I'm impersonating
name
Danny. Yeah.
Yeah. So A, Elaine Pritchard. B, Rowena Bruce. Or C, Jovanka Huska.
I know Jovanka's won it 9 times.
Correct.
I'm sure it's going to be one of the others,
Okay.
just because it's kind of obvious that the answer is Jovanka. I mean, Jovanka is the obvious answer you'd give, and
I can't remember, Danny. Do you remember what the answer is?
Oh, of course I remember. I remember everything. No, I do remember this one. Okay.
I mean, of course, having said that, of course, the first thing I'd say is Jovanka is a massively stronger player than either of these other 2 ladies were. But that, as we know, doesn't always translate to titles which are won in the context of their day.
Go on, you have to.
I've got absolutely. I'm going to say Rowena Bruce.
We didn't get that one, right?
Rowena Bruce has won it 10 times. Apparently.
Okay.
That's a correct answer.
And most of them were in what decade?
No idea.
1920s maybe?
Sorry?
Maybe it was 1920s or like really early? Or 40s?
No, she only died about like 1980 something, I think. So.
Who was the female chess player who was killed by a bomb during the Second World War?
Vera Menchik.
Ah, right.
Yeah.
So did she win the British Women's title?
So Vera Menchik actually was probably not eligible because when she, something I learned recently which is quite interesting is that Vera Menchik didn't actually represent England. She wasn't actually eligible to represent England or Great Britain, whatever it was, at the time until she married Rufus Stevenson.
Oh, okay.
So she became British. So in the first part of her career, she represented Russia, even though she'd left that country after the Russian Revolution, and she then represented, in a sense, I can't remember if she ever played for them at the Olympiad. She represented Czechoslovakia, which was, I think, the country. I think her father. I think she was Czech on her father's side, even though she never lived in Czechoslovakia, and I think she had only a fairly limited grasp of Czech. But in one of the strange sort of proprietorial rules of the time, then she didn't actually become eligible to play for England until she married Rufus Stevenson. So I think she represented England at a few Olympiads before her untimely death.
There you go. Good history lesson there, Danny.
Chess history lesson.
Yeah. Okay, so we have had c5 on the board, the move that we were expecting, and white is in some ways, putting a few eggs into his basket by playing this f4 move. He's saying, okay, well, I'm going to try and keep control of the position, but at the same time, I am going to weaken my own king, permanently long term.
I think I would be quite happy here if I was Dan Fernandez, no?
I think the last few moves, have given him some good chances, yeah.
Yeah.
So black is most likely just about to take this pawn off, which something needs, you would think, to be done about it. Maybe king h2, just stepping away. And then
White could end up with a lot of weaknesses in this position. I mean, it's not really the square. It's not a super comfortable square for the king, is it?
It's not
given
super
lined
comfortable
up on that diagonal.
it's not a super comfortable square now.
Currently, the best move is king f1.
King f1, okay.
That's a tough move to find. You won't find that.
It's not mutually obvious why.
No.
So what are you going to do? You're going to just put your king on e2, or what's the point? No, we're not going to do that. We're going to take it with our queen, yeah?
Yeah.
Let's take it with our queen. And then if bishop c5, you just move your queen away somewhere.
Could we be looking at a new British champion?
I like black's position a lot here.
We didn't agree, sorry.
I mean, the thing is, it looks to me like even if this doesn't all fall apart for white, then it's kind of hard to see black being much worse. It's like almost,
Unless
worst case scenario
unless you
is
get some tactical blow.
Exactly, but actually it looks to me like black's much the more likely almost to land a tactical blow. Yeah. But I mean, if worst case scenario for white,
He's gone that way
comes
with his
up in
king.
some opposite colour bishop.
It's been king h1.
That could be okay, but yeah, I agree
You
with
just don't know
Harry.
what he's doing.
It's not obvious what white is doing anyway, even without the issues.
Yeah,
Still
absolutely.
a very sharp position though, right? Yeah, apparently you're supposed to take on d4 and then taking with a pawn is probably not right. So you have to take with a queen, which doesn't look natural either.
Yeah, it doesn't look natural.
Well, it's very easy for black to dislodge that.
I think the problem started with this rook e3 to f5, which doesn't seem to really increase the attacking chances. Apparently rook e3 was bad.
I mean, the problem is all the things that white might want to do to land a trick are going to involve having to move his own knight off the e-file, and then black just has masses of counterplay, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's also going to release that knight on f6 as well as soon as that happens. Because there's no pressure on f7, so
Yeah.
James is feeling optimistic. Okay, let's see what else is going on around the grounds, so to speak. We haven't looked at Hebden and Ledger for a while. It looked like it was going to be a slow start to this one. We'll just take a look at the position in front of us. So 2, 4.
I had been vaguely wondering when I saw the opening of this one if Mark was happy with a quick draw here. I'd half wondered if he decided he no longer had a realistic chance of winning the tournament, and sort of
And
a,
sort of
a pairing against his old. I don't know if he's friends with Andy Ledger, but you know they've certainly played each other many times.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't look like it from what we've had.
No.
It doesn't look like it. Looks like they're both still fighting.
I mean, to
We
be
said
fair, it's
six-
very unlike Mark to take a quick draw in almost any,
Yeah, agreed.
or draw at all in almost any position. So, Mark just plays.
Mark's just a proper fighter, isn't he?
Yeah,
He's a
Mark
proper
just
fighter.
plays. Yeah.
Wadsworth Dong has been redrawn, by the way, so Wadsworth must have been start up.
Wadsworth Dong has been agreed a
So
draw.
Dong's escaped again from a bad position.
Do you want to? It's 25 past.
Oh, my watch is only 24 past. That clock's 26
Oh, we'll just have a
past.
quick look and then.
Oh, okay, the rapid play hall's only about
Feels
90
like,
seconds.
I don't know if you
before it-
guys agree with me, but it feels like there's two tournaments going on here. It feels like there's a tournament with Fernandez and Adams. And like they're playing at like a Super GM tournament. And everybody else is just playing like Skittles.
Can you think, Danny, of a comparable British in that has become a kind of a two-horse, any comparable British championships in recent years that have come down to a sort of two-horse race in that sort of way? I mean,
Funny
like,
enough, this is probably the first time I got
It's-
prediction right, because I actually predicted at the start of the week that these two would go clear.
because you have some Britishes right where you have a clear leader who runs away with it, and you
That's
have
right.
some like last year where it's, you know, there's a whole pack there and it's almost completely unclear till the last round. But I can't really think of a British in
Yeah, I feel like-
in
I-
recent
I
years
can't
which has
remember
come
one
down
where
to
it's been
to
come down
a
to
genuine
race.
two-horse race
Yeah.
in this, as this one appears to be doing.
Yeah. Well.
Right, with that comment, I better go and play my
All
next
right,
round.
Thank
We'll
you
get
very much.
Dan
Nice to
back
see you.
on.
Good luck in your chess.
Thanks.
Okay, so Danny's back, and we were looking at this game, and somehow Matthew Wadsworth, who was in a
Yeah.
dominating.
So he's already
position,
lost
so
some
to speak.
advantage by this point, right? So
He lost some advantage
maybe
with
where
possibly
was
around here with his bishop a6.
so instead of bishop a6, I mean, is there potential maybe you could go bishop f5 instead?
Bishop f5, yeah, preparing a check. That looks like a good move.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know sure about bishop a6. Why was bishop a6 bad?
Bishop a6, rook d1, good move. Queen c5, and
Right.
king hides on b1, and the point is that after bishop takes e2, knight takes e2, rook takes e2.
Bishop a6 did look quite natural.
I mean, it's 3 pawns, isn't it, that black's up at the minute. Rook c3, queen d6, bishop g3. It's just starting to get some activity going, and it's maybe the point here that there's no way of stopping the rook from getting to the 7th rank.
But
because-
even earlier, sorry to interrupt, even earlier on move 17, when he went bishop g3 for black,
so what move?
move 17,
17.
he went bishop g3. Apparently that was a really bad move. So it was even earlier than that. He could have won the game once. I don't know if the crowd can find this. So if you go back a
You
bit,
can win the game at once here.
well, pretty much crushing move here for black. That would just really put white in terrible trouble.
Knight to g4 looks like a promising move.
It's not knight g4, but there's something here which is not that obvious, I must admit, not that obvious.
Not rook to h1. Rook h1, what, you just take it and go king d2, do you?
Well, the move here, I must admit, again, it's an engine move, right? I mean, these engines just make fools of us, make us humans look like total patzers. Unless they're called Fernandez and Adams, who are basically mini engines themselves. Bishop g4 is the move.
Bishop G4.
And I'm not quite sure why that's so crushing. But if you take,
Take
then
knight.
there must be some nasty tactic, like something happening on f2 or something.
Queen F2, Rook E1,
I think we have.
and then Queen. No, maybe not that one.
I must admit, it doesn't look so obvious why. Maybe here you just go like Bishop B4, weirdly. And then if I go Rook G4, you have Rook H1, so you can't go Rook G4.
Bishop B4 just to take away the defense of this piece.
Yeah, just undermine.
And then if I go Rook E1,
I don't know, something would be strong. No, it's not Bishop B4. It's just
Is it Bishop G3?
maybe Bishop G3. What James is suggesting, or does he? No, actually, I've come up with an idea. Instead of Bishop G3, what about Rook H1, which is like it's a little bit like Spassky Larsen. This position reminds me of Larsen versus
so you wanted Rook
Spassky.
E1 now.
Rook H1.
Right, yeah, that's what. Yeah, okay. So Rook H1, take. King.
E1 there, there's a key square here.
Yeah,
How did you
now
get to it?
now there's like there's no Bishop G3 here.
Queen D1.
So the engine is saying this is completely winning for black. But we still can't find why it's completely winning. It just says it's completely winning. Oh, hang on. What about Bishop Bishop E2 simply? Because if you take with the knight, maybe then I go for my Bishop B4 stuff. Aha, maybe that's some.
And then after Knight C3, you're going to go Rook H8, perhaps.
Yeah, but the whole
So-
position reminds me. I don't know if you know this famous game, Larsen Spassky from the USSR versus the World, 1970. Where Spassky won in brilliant style against Larsen's early B3. And it's kind of like this, and there was like a Rook H1, and White was really underdeveloped, and White was shuffling around on the Queen's side, and this position's very similar to that. I think if Wadsworth had been aware of that game, he would have found this Bishop G4, Rook H1 idea. But instead, he kind of went for this Bishop A6, which to be honest looks kind of winning anyway, but somehow White played this miracle defense, right?
Really good defense. Now the point is, yeah, as we said, here in this position after Rook C3, you can't actually maintain, you can't stop this Rook invading on C7, because if you go back too far with your Queen, I imagine you're just walking into Rook takes D5 or just Bishop G3, which one?
Yeah, maybe Bishop G3 or
Bishop G3 simply.
your Rook D5 was also quite nice, yeah. But they're saying in the chat he wasn't bored. I don't think that's an excuse for not knowing the game, right? So you're not allowed to look at games that happened before you were born. I mean, I wasn't born, but even I wasn't born by then, remarkably enough, despite being a dinosaur. I wasn't born by 1970 either.
Yeah.
I was born in 1976, so therefore I knew that game. So there's no excuse for not knowing these classics. But yeah, yeah, that's the problem when you play Dong. He's so tactically sharp that it's trying to it's trying to hold like an anaconda or like a python. It's just constantly wriggling out of your control. You're trying to grip it, and it's just, you know, Harry grieved out there. Even Harry wasn't strong
he's
enough.
shown he's got good, like, tricky, slippery defensive skills. hasn't
Yeah,
he?
he's very slick. He's very, very quick, Dom. So tough opponent. And to be honest, I think Wadsworth by this point is kind of, yeah, I think really he's kind of faded out contention anyway. So it's like you get to the point now where you really don't care. You know, you're like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though Dong has no time, it's nothing that Matthew felt he could do to carry the game on. Okay, so let's go back. Let's see how board 2 is progressing.
okay, Harry's playing the right moves. He's taking back the queen. That's clever.
No, sorry, this hasn't happened.
Wow,
So-
it's
so
gone
he's
really,
gone
really
B5.
sharp. Really, really sharp. Well, it's completely cracked. Full
G4,
caveman mode from
take,
both.
and now Queen takes. So we just had the insertion of
Wow.
G4 and B5.
Wow, this is insane.
So now at least, well, I mean, is White wanting to go G5
I don't think
or
G5
not?
works
I mean,
though,
it
because
doesn't
Bishop
look
just
it. This
like
piece is-
take Bishop E5, but maybe you take out the rook and you just. But I kind of like this approach by Harry. It might well fail, but it's just like I'm going all in. I'm just throwing all the chips into the board. It might not work, but you know, like I'm playing proper like man's chess, right? Oh, hang on, we've got to be careful. We're living in a woke world. We're playing proper, like, you know, yeah. Gender and neutral chess. We're playing proper gender neutral
I
chess.
thought he was going to go b4.
Now he has gone b4.
Yeah. So
Yeah, aggressive move, good move, I think.
So you don't feel you really want to take that pawn. You just got to leave it where it is. So g5 looks like the kind of critical move in some respects, because otherwise, what's the point in going g4 other than just to weaken yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is the kind of position where white could easily blunder.
I agree with you.
I mean, it could easily be like a quick collapse, right? Because
So if
it's
I
like
take-
so much on a knife edge.
You have to take with your rook, don't you?
Yeah, probably G. I mean, if you say A, you must say B, right? I mean, he's going to have to do that.
Oh, interesting. Is g5, h takes g5, h6 an idea? Yes, it is an idea. It's a very sneaky idea, actually.
Yeah, I'd like to see Harry do that, because that would really sharpen the game. It feels like a brilliant game, this, by both players. This could be the game of the tournament. Whoever wins. Like, it just feels like, you know, this is the key moment of the whole British Chess Championships this year. Like, effectively is going to be decided on this game, I feel. I feel if Fernandez wins, he's in a great situation. He'll get white in the next round. Like, a draw would guarantee him at worst a playoff. But having said that, you would anticipate that Adams will win with white, so you would probably, you know, going to try and win that game. So I don't. Yeah, he's going to go for this idea with takes h6.
So he's played g5.
I think you're right. He's going to go for this idea with takes. The engine hates g5. No. Yeah. Maybe is there a knight h5 here? No, it doesn't work. Knight h5.
The
Rook
bishop
h7.
takes e5 and then a knight h5.
Also possible. Yeah.
Because that threatens that.
How
Wow.
Fernandez's heart rate must be going through the roof at this point.
He's a pretty cool customer though, isn't he?
Nah, it's just on the surface, like literally, just going boom, boom, boom.
This is this devastating? Somehow not. It's not devastating.
Oh, he's gone for this h6. Wow, this is insane.
It's happened. I'm surprised
Yeah.
Daniel didn't take more time in that position to consider bishop takes e5, because it looks like a stronger
yeah.
move.
Yeah, you're right, Adam. No, you're absolutely right. Yeah, h6 is very, very sharp.
He's
Brilliant
instead
idea.
we've gone into
I
this-
think he's missed h6.
Maybe, but I mean, he had lots of time.
You know, just play g6 out.
g6 is recommended by
G
James.
takes f now. No, I think James is saying G takes f.
Oh, right.
And if I take on G7, King G8,
Is it mental?
and if
Adding to the chaos.
Oh, can I take on f6, bishop e5, queen d3? And then threaten mate? Oh, but I suppose you have king g7, right?
just to show that, so here takes Queen
Oh, no, I'm
D3,
blundering.
King takes G7.
Go back, actually, Adam. Let's think about this. Oh, maybe you go queen f4, bishop e5, queen h6. Something like that. Queen f4 here, right? Although there is rook e5, but maybe then queen h6 anyway. There's going to be something with queen h6. And, yeah, wow, this is just getting crazy, yeah? This is a game of the tournament.
Is it knight h7?
This is a masterpiece by both players.
What's the finishing move here, Danny? Is it something really snazzy like?
Can't you just go rook
F6?
h5, mate? Oh no, hang on. Oh wow. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow, this could be insane. Rook f6. Bobby Fischer versus.
That's a pretty move.
That's like that Bobby Fischer move,
yeah,
right?
it blocks the line. Yeah.
We're really channeling 1970s in this round. We're channeling the 1970s. We've had a Ben Larson, Boris Spassky reference. Now we've got Bobby Fischer. Although that game was played in the 1960s, I think against Paul Benko in a perk defence, where he won with this brilliant interference move, Rook f6. So we're kind of getting those kind of vibes.
It's possible, yeah, I mean...
Very brave attacking game by Harry. You know, I said on my Facebook yesterday, I said that Fernandez and Adams have proved to be a different class so far. But Harry Greve is still lurking around with a battling performance. He hasn't played his best chess.
No.
But he's still there. He's still, you know, that's the sign of a good player. If you could just, you know, you're not playing very well. Wow, we could have this line on the board. This is, oh my God. Adams is getting very excited in his hotel room.
Do you think he took long enough over that?
I don't think he's taken long, certainly don't think he's taken long enough over these last 2 minutes. So can he do anything else here? Can he just take that pawn back? Let's not get carried away. Can he just take that pawn
Is
back?
knight g4 just crushing?
Knight
This
G4.
game reminds me of one of Kasparov's
somewhere,
brilliant
yeah.
attacks as well from like the 1990s. Yeah, knight g4 just looks like...
But if Harry doesn't find this rook f6 stuff, it's seeming money.
Yeah, but that's the point. If you don't find this queen f4, like...
Queen takes f4 is not an easy move to find.
I found it.
Yeah.
I'm not the British champion, so if I found it...
And then if that one, then if I took with my rook, is there any difference? Because
Yeah, but now queen h6. and
queen
rook h5.
h6 anyway.
Yeah, because rook 8.
I believe that Fischer-Benko game took place in 1962.
You just take an e5, I think, and go in. Because the bishop's...
Just go take an e5 and go in.
Yeah.
That's very calm. That's
Yeah,
very
it's
calm.
just... I think you'll find... I'm surely you take on g7. It's kind of weird if you
Is
didn't
the
find that.
webcam on this game? Yeah, just to mention for those of you who weren't watching, sorry, we don't have the webcam on our particular stream at the minute, but if you go to twitch.tv/MattCar2600, you will see a webcam of this game. Or probably of this game, I guess.
Yeah. I mean... Or you might see something else.
No, well, you see a webcam of,
Okay.
of the chess.
Okay. He might have decided to just put something else up, like a bird feed or something.
That would be a shame.
Yeah, but other than taking on g7, you know, what would White try? Because it wouldn't completely surprise me if he messed this up, because, you know, yeah, like James was saying, it's not that obvious, these lines. So if he goes for something else, but I don't know if there's anything else that looks tempting here for White, other than taking on, is there anything else? It's very forcing, right? I mean, you kind of have to take on g7, right?
Burn all your bridges, so to speak, here, haven't you?
Yeah, he's played for this. So he's played for this brilliant attack, which he's kind of got, but now he kind of has to follow through on it. He can't...
h7, yeah, but I think I'll just sacrifice it.
I don't like h7. I mean, even king e7 would be good. I mean, I feel like that would really be a bad idea. Like, you know...
King e7.
Even just king e7 should be fairly safe for black. And a very obvious move as well.
He's taken on g7.
He's done it. So we could see this amazing variation in the game that you've already pointed out, rook f6. This could be the most amazing game in British Championship history.
It could be one of the
It's like, maybe I'm just a Fernandez hater. I'm just getting so excited by the thought of him losing. No, I'm only kidding.
He's now gonna... It'd be very interesting to see, like, you know, how his body language might change if he does realise that
I think he's had a bit of a nervous collapse here.
He's gonna...
I think he's had a bit of a nervous collapse, which is understandable, the pressure. You know, he's so close. People say he's super calm. I'm sure he is, but you know, he's never been in a situation before where he's had a chance to be British champion.
So just to show that beautiful line again, king g8, which is the way to sort of shield the king. Queen takes f4. Very simple plan of playing queen h6 and queen there.
And he'll play queen f4 as well if we get
take
this.
your knight, queen h6, knight h7, and then I don't know if it's the only move, but certainly it's the prettiest move, rook f6. Just to
Probably
stop
is the
bishop
only
takes
move,
g7.
because other's... Okay, what happens if you go rook h5? But then bishop g7, right?
Oh, but maybe you could go here, and this would be not quite so spectacular.
Yeah.
f5, I suppose I can defend.
No, I think he's collapsed here. I think he's collapsing. He's had a nervous collapse.
Takes e5. Oh, that's that's just as good. That's such a shame.
I think he missed H6 actually. I have a feeling he just missed H6, like when he took, because as you said, he took fairly quickly, and I think he just forgot about this idea of not taking back by white when he goes G5, not taking back the rook, just going H6 right and carrying on. Or maybe he's seen to this position and he's thought, well, King G8 is fairly safe.
He's not going King E7, is he?
King E7, just Knight G6 would be very strong, for example. You'd start getting wiped out. I don't think he's going to go King E7. He's going to either play King G8 or King G7, but a King G7, Knight G4 is too obvious, right?
Yeah.
Because then Rook E1, King G2, and then, yeah, I mean, that's just, you're just going to get baited probably. So I think he has to try King G8, but then we feel that Queen F4 is fairly obvious for white. And yeah, real problems for Fernandez. Like,
Queen F4, can you then go like Knight F7? Sorry, Knight H7?
you could, yeah, I think you've got to try something desperate, right? He has got, no, he's gone King G8, yeah. So
And if I go Queen H6 anyway,
probably it's a good move.
now with your Rook E6, I'm still going to play my delightful Rook F6.
Yeah, but all this is fairly obvious stuff. I know Rook F6 is beautiful. It's fairly obvious stuff. Even though I didn't spot it. But you know what I mean? It's like, but what I mean is, you should have really anticipated this earlier. He had plenty of time. He had like 12 minutes left. And I think the reason he didn't spend a little bit more time there was because of the competitive situation that he's trying
Queen
to...
takes F4 is the only winning move.
I think he'll find Queen F4 because he's played for this, and what other move makes sense, right? I mean, any other move is really... It wouldn't completely surprise me if he blundered here, Harry, because he did something similar yesterday, but it'd be a shame because I feel that it's a great game so far by him. He's really taken a risk. He's
Could you maybe consider Knight G4? Knight takes G4, Rook H5.
very artificial, though, isn't it? It's very artificial.
Bishop
and then
E5
Bishop E5
holds
is
everything
good,
together, yeah. Agree.
I think he will take on F4 because this Queen H6 plan looks so obvious. And I would play at Queen F4 here. Even if I didn't know it was a good move, I would play it. I'd certainly play it if I knew the engine was saying Queen F4 was the best move. But same plus 4.32. If he finds Queen F4, would he find Queen F4? This is a critical moment. I think if he finds Queen F4, I think Adams will be British champion. If he doesn't find Queen F4,
You think Fernandez will be British champion?
I think Fernandez is still there. Is still there.
Has White got any other reasonable move except Queen F4? Because it's sort of collapsing, isn't it?
Apparently, B takes C3 was better. This is what Passport is saying.
Just, yeah, it's hard to
Instead
see
of
anything
G
else
takes
wrong.
F4.
Very hard to see anything else because, like, maybe Knight F3. Maybe Knight F3 in the sense that you're stopping a check. He's played Queen takes F4.
Wow. Incredible moment here. I feel for Fernandez. He lies.
You just want that £5, don't you? Are you going to get?
Oh no, we never did the bet. We never did the bet. Did we do the bet? It was like 10 to 1, right? On Harry, you were offering 10 to 1.
I was offering evens.
Oh, evens. Oh well. But like draw no bet, yeah.
Yeah.
So, I imagine around about here, he's possibly starting to realise what the problem might be. Like Bishop E5,
Yeah.
Queen H6, Knight H7, only move, and Rook either there or there.
It's really like Knight G4.
We keep coming back to this Adams technique with the falsifying, but it's a typical variation. We'd falsify that taken on G7. King G8 is no good for black because there's Queen F4. You have to see the weakness in the variation. After Queen F4, there's Queen H6. I don't know how far he saw here, Daniel. It'd be interesting, to I don't know how you'd find out. Yeah, I think you blanked me after this game.
Can I play Knight G4? Is it possible, or is that just ridiculous?
Yeah, you could try it. You could try it. Yeah, it's a good try. No idea what white plays now.
Most confusing move.
Could I take on
Most confusing
G4?
move,
Could I take
absolutely.
on G4 and if bishop E5, rook G5? The idea of just defending the pawn and lining up bishop H7 tricks.
That's very cold. That's very cold. It could be
I'm a
really-
cold
That's
person.
beautiful. And then you what? You'll go bishop H7, G8, and then mate me on the H5.
The only problem is maybe you've got rook E5 after queen G4.
I have a bishop something.
Oh, then I
Just to show
take,
that,
yeah.
So queen takes,
Bishop takes and then rook G5.
and rook G5, and your threat is bishop H7.
So knight G4 he won't try because I don't know what else he tries it. I think you realise the game is up. Like there's not much else you can try. It says rook E5 is the engine #1 move, but that just looks losing. So apparently the best move is just to take with a rook on E5. But
So what's the why? How does he carry on? He just in this position he just doesn't take.
he
the,
takes and
he just
then
don't take the rook.
yeah, and then you go queen H6. Yeah.
No.
Mm.
Hi,
How are you doing?
good to see you.
Yeah. Come on the webcam.
Yeah.
We need like we need to bump up the viewers. How are you doing? This is Kerry, by the way, friend of
Hi
mine.
guys.
How you doing, Kerry?
Good. How's the chess going?
I'll get
Very
arrested.
exciting.
No, you won't. Any
He's gone rook E6.
not rookie 6.
He has. He's played rook E6.
Kerry's a super GM, so he's
I'm
27.30.
a GM. Be careful, guys. Watch out for me. That's why I just pop here. I'm not playing today.
Oh, really?
So how does white win? Does he just go queen H6 anyway?
Queen
Queen
H6.
and if this one, then this rook F6 again.
Wow. Wow. Well, rook F7 even, right?
Or rook takes F7.
Also looking quite promising.
But that's a better move, isn't it? Isn't that a better move?
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah, better
thinking.
move.
Maybe you could take on H7 and go rook G5, and if King G8, bishop H7.
Good one.
Yeah.
Us grandmasters, we know that.
I know. So after knight 7 in that line, Adam, you just take on H7 the queen, rook G5, you get the queen sack.
So he's taken.
Queen H6, knight H7. I just want to take on. I just crudely take on H7 here,
Yeah.
and then rook G5 check. Oh no, he doesn't like it. Oh, there's rook G6 interference move.
Anyway,
You saw this, right,
Yeah,
Karen?
don't do that. Don't do that.
anyway, Kevin, we'll leave you to it. Thank you
Yeah.
ever so much
I'm
for
going to
joining us.
find the others now.
Yeah. Oh, you're going to go down the
I'm
pub
going to
later,
make some
yeah?
coffees.
All right, you're going down the pub later, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, we'll probably see you down there.
Food later.
All right.
Bye, guys.
Somebody said, "What's OnlyFans?"
Oh, it's happened. It's
That's
happened.
rude.
He's played rook F6. Oh.
I think Dan's allowed it, hasn't he?
We're such paid magnets, aren't we?
Weird.
We're gonna get the stream
happens all
stopped
the
because of the
time.
sexism involved. Yeah, rook F6, beautiful move. Yeah, I feel. Oh, no, I shouldn't lie again. But I did predict it earlier, didn't I? I said, like, when I saw Harry Grieve, I've never seen someone look so confident as I did earlier, and I had a feeling. This is the key game, you know, because it's the defending champion, which is bringing something to the table. Firstly, full stop. And I think Adam sensed it as well, because we were criticising his decision. It's now turned out to be an inspired decision, possibly.
Yeah. Well, it's,
Although if he'd won that game, he'd pretty much be over the line.
well, look at all the other results on the top boards as well. If we just go down them, so ball 3 was a draw, ball 4 was a draw, ball 5 was a draw.
People are they're just giving up on it, aren't they? They're just giving up on it, yeah.
So what does that mean? That means that we're still another per Willow and Jones. All those 3 games, they could still catch up. Thomas Villiers lost that shot at Blumenfeld,
Yeah.
which it didn't look. It looked very, very dangerous.
With a
didn't
tough opponent.
it? Perk, Clavish Hansen. Is fairly balanced, as it has been
A
for
lot of
some
the
time.
games lower down, I think people just give it up, Adam. They play boring chess, and it's just like they've just said, like, I can't win the tournament now, I've lost interest. That's the kind of impression I'm getting from these games. People aren't even tried, really.
Willow Turner is.
Well, Willow will still try. He's a fighter.
Willow's going to win.
Yeah, he'll still try. So Willow will probably, I think Willow will play Adams. So it's ironically going to be the same pairing as we saw in the last round of the English Championships. Except this time, well, again, Adams is clear, right? So Adams now, but the difference is that Adams will get white. So Adams white against Willow, he's probably going to win, don't you think? Or you think he will take a quick draw? Because that might bring my 7 out of 9 into play. If the opening goes wrong, he might just punt the draw.
And Fernandez will play Yi Chen Han, we think, most likely. Yeah, he will play Yi Chen Han.
Oh, because he's the only one on
5.5.
Yeah, that's
well. There could be
5.5.
Yeah,
Yeah,
5.5.
right.
There could be some others.
What about
so,
Richard Pert? He's still going there, right?
Yeah, yeah. So Richard Pert's game's quite balanced.
Richard could
We haven't
still
looked
play
at board 8,
Fernandez.
which is also both players have 4.5.
But what about Gasanov? Gasanov has got a higher rating.
Gasanov as well.
Because
okay.
Gasanov could play Fernandez. Well, I don't really think Fernandez cares right now. He probably
No,
feels
Gasanov's only got 4. He had an upflow.
Yeah, right. So
I
I think you're right. I think it's Yi Chen, but I mean Fernandez has lost all momentum,
And Stephen Jones is completely winning against Taran Kanyamarala, so he's going to be on 5.5.
wow. Oh wow, he could play.
He's played Adams, but he could play Fernandez.
Oh no. Oh no.
Is there a long queen move coming in here? Queen A3.
Queen A3, nice exploitation of the Queen. Okay.
No, hang on. You're right actually, because Yi Chen has just had an upfloat. Now, if Yi Chen plays Fernandez, he's going to have another upfloat. It's actually more likely that Jones will play Fernandez, because you're not supposed to double upfloat. So, oh my God, Fernandez is going to get a
Don't say an easy game, but
that was what I was about to say.
that's what I thought you were going to say.
About to insult Stephen now. I'm
not
trying to insult as many. I'm trying to set a record for the
that.
number of people that I insult in the tournament.
But a game that he would not be expecting, a pairing he would definitely not be expecting to have in the final.
So he'll feel so sick because Fernandez will think, if I'd have won today or even drawn, I'm going to get this lovely pair in the last round. But now I'm in a situation with Adams wins. He's basically going to, there's nothing I can do. He's going to win the tournament. So I think that will force Adams' hand. He will be forced to play the game against Willow. Obviously, it might go wrong, but he will try to beat Willow. He's not going to take a quick draw
Maybe Queen C5 was stronger.
because he would just assume that Fernandez will beat Jones.
Queen C5.
But I do think that was the best game of the tournament I've seen so far from
Certainly the game
Harry.
around.
For me, the best game of the tournament, just the whole approach and, playing against somebody who was unbeaten. Great game.
The game crawls on, but Black is really just crawling on. I mean, he's exchanged down and there's billions of pawns over this side of the board. So that one looks like White's going to win, and those are the only players on 4.5. I wanted just to check in with the ladies' championship as well. So currently we have Katerina Toma. Just see my see if I can get my pairings up for the second part here. So we hide that one. So Katerina Toma is got 4. Yan Lau has got 3.5. And then that's actually quite interesting. So there's a pairing on board 20, Smith versus Kanya Marala Trisha.
Right.
So they both.
Trisha Canaveral, yeah.
Trisha Kanya Marala. So on the slightly lower down, the pairings there, we've got these games. So let's just. I'd be very surprised if this is the actual position.
Right.
But you never know.
No, they probably had a lot more moves.
This is board 13.
Bates,
They have had lots more moves.
Bates lost, by the way. I said Bates, I think, lost.
Richard Bates lost to Edward Jackson.
Edward Jackson is a young guy, I think, isn't he? Like, very low rating, but he's quite.
So, just to update board, the Catherine Tame game, Catherine Tame looks like she's losing. Chris Beaumont and Lan Yao.
John Piggott, yeah, good game by John Piggott.
Lan Yao is winning.
Yeah, I think C's going to be British ladies champion.
And then-
I think C is the best player as well.
Abigail Weersing, 3.5 points. That's got to not have been updated. Sorry, I'm not showing you these games, guys. I'm just looking at my pairings, so apologies for that. This is the Weersing game, and not the Toma game. Against Jacob Connor Boswell. Blacker seems to be doing quite nicely in. And then ball 20, Olivia Smith and Trisha Kanya Marala. It's pretty balanced. Some of these games don't seem to have been updated very much, which is a bit strange. But
Yeah, maybe the feed's gone down, but that game ended in a draw, Trisha, Olivia.
it ended in a draw.
Ended in
Okay.
a draw, yeah, fair play.
Well, Olivia will be very happy with that. She, I think, is in contention for WIM norm, and drawing with somebody 200 points, 300 points.
Do you not find that a strange decision by Black, though, considering
if
she's
it's
higher
the
rated?
position, exactly, in the position in front of us on the board.
Very unclear, right?
Yeah,
so
okay.
why
I guess
agree a draw?
I guess Black's going to White's going to take on D4. Yeah, you can't see the position, unfortunately, guys. But anyway, let's get back to the top. So, oops.
Yeah.
I'll sort out my names first of all. Where should we look? Where should we look? Where should we look? There's not huge amounts still going. There's Claridge Hansen.
Apparently Trisha's tanking rating, so she doesn't want to lose any more. So apparently she's just. I think a lot of people just give it up. They just, that's what I find in chess. A lot at the end of the tournaments, people are just like. That's what impressed me about Harry, because Harry's like out of contention really, effectively.
Yeah.
And the fact that he was able to really motivate himself, because I feel that's one of the things that people overlook is you might be out of contention to win a tournament, but you can still, you can still change the fate of that particular tournament. I remember I played Mike Adams' last round of Hull 2018, and I played a good game. It was ended in a draw. At some point he was winning, but at the end he offers me a draw. It's very unclear if I played on. Like, I could have avoided. We would like repeat it, but I could have played on. But I thought, I'd probably lose because it's Adams. And, a little bit like today, he kind of made a decision to offer like a strategic draw. It was kind of a risky decision there as well, because if David Howard won, he would have basically been outright British champion. But then after we finished, David then went on to lose, and Luke Shane got in the playoff, and then Adams beat Luke Shane in the playoff. But what I was thinking was, if I'd have won that game against Adams, I would have directly influenced the result of that tournament.
Yeah.
Because then effectively I would have made Luke Shane the British champion. So there is some element where you are effectively, you might be out of the running yourself, but you can still, you want to have an influence on what's happening, right? Whereas I feel a lot of these people have just given up. Whereas Harry is actually, I'm going to go for it, which has been his philosophy this whole tournament, which has impressed me. Whereas I feel a lot of these people, there's no fight there. They're just taking draws. They're like playing really dull openings. They're not really doing anything. That, to me, that's not a winning attitude.
Yeah. So this is looking like it's going to be a big game, big win for White. And from our judgment, it looks like Stephen Jones would probably play Daniel Fernandez tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a great pair. I mean, as sad as Daniel will be, I mean, no disrespect to Stephen Jones, that he will think, well, that's a great pairing, because now I can at least hope, I feel like I'm going to win that game. And I can at least hope that Adams somehow slips up and doesn't win, or maybe takes a strategic draw, locks in. There is some argument for Adams, maybe he might just take a strategic draw and lock in the playoff, and just hope that somehow Fernandez doesn't win. But I think if Fernandez was playing like a 2400, he would probably do that.
Maybe Yi Chen Han, for example.
Exactly, but I think against Jones, he will just assume that Fernandez is going to win. Therefore, I think he will play the game. and probably expect to win against someone like Willow.
So rook d2 is intended in the same way that I think queen a3 was intended to sort of discourage this king from running, basically. Maybe the king should run anyway. I don't know exactly, but king f7, rook d7, king g6, but it looks really, really bad.
Can we go back to the start maybe?
Like take on e6, take on e4, take on e6.
Sorry, yeah.
It's crushing.
Can we go back to the start maybe, see, or like earlier, because see where the mistakes were made, and to see if we can come up with any better suggestions.
Yeah, sure. So we had Khan Sicilian. Flexible way to play. Can be a little bit passive for black though. Knight b3, bishop a7. There's one choice of route for the bishop. Normally what white will do here is exchange it off, play queen e2, bishop e3. It's normal.
Yeah.
Knight c6. Okay, played a chosen more aggressive option. Queen f6. Queen g4, queen f6. Knight c3, knight e7, bishop g5. Already, to me, this looks quite nice for white.
Yeah.
Queen g6, queen h4, stepping out of the pin, creating an idea maybe of playing e5. F6, bishop d back to d2.
Yeah,
Queen
Jones
f7,
has played
hiding.
sensible moves, yeah.
King h1, sorry, that was, we imagine preparing f4, gaining space. b5, f4, bishop b7, queen h3, a little bit mysterious move there.
Reminds me of that song Mysterious Girl by Peter Andre. But yeah, queen h3.
Castle.
The problem is for white in these positions, often the attack runs out of steam. But black, I think, has this issue themselves of how to, the queen on f7 is a little bit out of play as well. So he played rook fc8, which doesn't look like a terrible move. No, maybe that was a bad move. Why not take on e3? And
Like maybe knight b4?
yeah, I wondered about knight b4. It seems very sensible, right? Yeah,
Bishop
and then
off the board.
yeah, maybe just chop, go f5. It's very important to have this move f5 in your locker.
Yeah, we'll start with f5 perhaps to clarify and then take.
The reason why black plays a lot of these systems is the flexibility of it and the solidity of it. And if you chop off that bishop on d3, you're never going to get mated, and then you start to play.
So here, takes. Okay, that seems like
Yeah,
a
but now white's got a
good-
nice position because of the two bishops.
good trade. Knight a5, queen e3, g6, b4.
Hated that move. Hated that move as well.
So he hated it.
It hated
Because-
knight c4, I think. I think
Just
maybe
wanna go
knight
back.
c6 is better.
And if a4,
Or maybe instead of knight c6, could I go, actually, if you go back to, sorry, d6 I was wondering about, yeah.
D6,
yeah. Because making it sharp,
sharp. So if bishop takes d6, you can take on c3.
exactly.
And then when I
You
take
get
your
in
knight,
play, right? Maybe even a move like, yeah, it's
still
true.
looks good for black, for white. And bishop
White.
b4.
It's true, it still looks quite good.
Okay, so. But not knight c4 apparently. Take. Knight a4 exploits the b6 square. f5. Swervy bar. e5. Very swervy bar. Knight h4. Okay, that's got a crude threat.
By the way, I'm not
Okay.
convinced Jones will win this game. Even though the engine's saying it's completely win at the end, I still think he can mess it up. Just because it's very murky position and,
Right, let's get to where we're
yeah.
at. I mean, this looks like it's just dominating.
Right.
Some tricks.
Wow, it's saying plus 7.3 by
How
the
did
way.
he get his king back over the other side? That doesn't look like a good plan.
Oh, yeah, Nick Borner drew, right. You knew that already, right?
Yeah, all those ones up the top were draws. G5, okay.
Oh, wow, there's been a big shock in the Claridge Hansen Pert game, by the way. I don't know if you want to switch
Okay,
that at
yeah,
some
we'll have a
point.
look in a sec. A4, king f7, at b5. Let's take queen h5, rook e1, take rook d2, rook g6, queen a3. He's played your moved on.
Yeah. That must be good after all.
Yeah, and wow, look at this black. That can't. Can that possibly be right? He's played rook g7. Is there some clever trick? He's got knight f3. Is that his point? No, it's mates on f8. Isn't it?
It's just pure desperation.
Well, it's just mate on f8.
Maybe it's pure desperation. Yeah, I think it's pure desperation. I mean,
If it is indeed what was played.
he's going to lose. He's going to lose. Jones,
Looks like he's played it.
Jones has lost. Jones has lost.
How can Jones have possibly lost?
It's saying Jones is losing. He's lost.
I'm sure he hasn't lost.
Wow.
It's not always right.
Where does it say he's lost?
Look. Well, I think it's gone bonkers. It's gone bonkers. Look. No, but it's not giving the. Look, it's 0 next to his
says
name.
He's lost. Okay, it says he's lost a little bit earlier after H takes the powerful H takes G5. It says that he's lost
Oh, okay.
in this position. So I don't know, like maybe something.
But it's also giving Richard Pert's lose. I think Richard Pert maybe lost on time.
Well, okay, let's have a look.
No, that can't be right because the position's really boring. I don't think. I think the lead chess is messed
There's
up.
been a few transmission errors by the looks
Yeah.
of things lower down anyway. So
Yeah. Okay, I'll ignore that now.
don't worry too much
I
about it.
can't cheat anymore if I can't check the.
Can't cheat. Well, that's fine. Give us an excuse to wrap it up, Danny.
Thank you. Thank you.
This looks very balanced.
Yeah, kind of a good defensive job, I think, by Claridge Hansen so far. Good game by both players, but particularly Claridge Hansen, I would say. Impressed. I've been impressed with him in this tournament.
Yeah.
He's had a really good tournament. He had that great game against Harry, which was one of the. I mean, Harry's had some great games this tournament. He hasn't played the really accurate chess of Fernandez and Adams, but he has had a very fighting attitude, which I like to see. So, having that confidence of winning it last year, it's obviously, taking his chess to a new level.
Only criticism, he hasn't been to see us yet, has he? Who would have thought he'd come to see us after
Probably
that
doesn't
game
like.
today?
Probably doesn't like us very much.
No, probably not.
I think it must actually be very difficult psychologically for Harry playing this tournament. I mean, I think he probably feels, he's got a point to prove that it wasn't a sort of
Fluke?
Yeah, well, I mean, he was definitely not the expected winner last year, and to prove, I think that he would have expected he had any chance of winning it a second time, but that he is a player of the same calibre of, say, Nick Pert, more experienced players, and I think that would put a certain amount of pressure. I wonder to what extent that sort of psychology contributed to his. Well, he didn't lose in the end yesterday, but he threw away.
Yeah, I think he's been a bit. I think Harriet's made a good point there. Yeah, I think there's a lot of pressure. Even if you won the tournament, you'd think, well, you're free rolling because you won the tournament. But there's still people like Adams weren't playing last year, so they're kind of like looking at you, thinking, "Oh, hang on, is this guy a bit of an imposter?" But I think he's proven something today, and that's impressive what he's done today. Yeah, fair play. I mean. Is he back in the tournament now, Harry, or is he too far behind?
He'll be on 5.5. So Adams is on 6.5.
Okay, but Adams could lose. He could overreach, lose. We could have a huge playoff on.
Who's he going to play, Adams, did we say?
Potentially Jonah Willow, maybe.
Jonah Willow.
White against Jonah Willow.
Okay.
And then Fernandez.
It's very rare for Mickey to overreach in the last round.
Yeah, but I'm trying to hype it up, Harry. I'm trying to You obviously have been following the broadcast. With every statement I make is completely outrageous rubbish.
Anywhere else you want to go? Apparently Jack Rudder's losing on board 11. I'm surprised Jack Rudder's still playing. board 11. Left alone.
Maybe he was late for the game. Yeah, somebody said passport. Adams is not losing with White. I agree. He probably won't, but you never know. I mean, you get a bit tense. I mean, yeah, it's very unlikely, but there's still a theoretical possibility he could lose. Probably several trillions to one. So therefore, if he was to lose with White, and let's have a situation where Fernandez fails to win, we could have a massive pile-up on 6.5. Is that right? Yeah,
It's possible.
In the interest of providing some sporting coverage. What's going on in the women's championship? How are
We just covered it. No, Katarina Toma was going to lose.
Because they were on the same score going into today.
No, Katarina Toma was half a point behind. Oh, half a point ahead.
We're joined by the great Keith Harkle. Did you win your game today, Keith? Sorry?
Two grandmasters.
Did you win? Did you win your game today?
Yeah.
Ah, wow. We're disappointed to hear that Keith's won his game today, but
Yeah, it's really bad news.
This is bad.
Stop the talk being interesting.
did you see the Fernandez game today,
Did you
Keith?
win?
No,
Yeah.
he lost.
One of them's wrong.
Fernandez lost.
No, I didn't say that his result. I just said, did you see it? Yeah, he lost
Look at the
to
final
Harry.
So goes my prediction.
Keith Arkle predicted that Fernandez would win the tournament, which was actually so far has been a great prediction.
Just to show Keith the position, because it was a really amazing attack.
I clearly missed the critical bit while I was playing my last round because
Yeah.
well, we were quite liking black, don't we?
Yeah, and then this crazy
Ask,
stuff.
ask Keith what he would play here after the move H6. What would you play here, Keith?
For black or?
For black, yeah, what would you play here? Because you're a good defensive player, right?
Well, that's the bit of position that I can. Okay, so what he's taking on F4.
Yeah, so this is what he did.
Oh,
That was a mistake.
And it's
right. Oh, right, yeah.
So here,
I
look.
only said is it possible, I didn't say it's the move on.
And then Harry found all these moves. So Queen takes F4, coming here. Bishop takes E5, Queen here,
Yeah.
Knight A7, and then this one's pretty.
What a move.
This one wins too.
That's a good move.
In the game,
I would have done that move. Wouldn't I, Danny?
in the game, the same thing happened.
You wouldn't have been able, you wouldn't know how the rook moved.
That's fun, no. So this position has been on board.
Yeah,
Is this a candidate for the brilliancy prize?
yeah.
That's what I was saying. I think it's
it's
the
a
best
strong-
game of the
strong
tournament.
candidate.
Is there any other candidate?
Not really. Unless we're counting the games from the seniors.
Right, yeah.
There must be a
What are you
101
saying?
move
We
rook
were
ending
saying-
that you won.
You
Yeah,
mean the old lot?
the old lot.
Yeah.
The games are too accurate, it seems, to be brilliant.
All right, guys, what we're going to do, we're going to go on a break. We will come back, but we probably won't come back for very long because all the critical games are finished up at the top. So we might come back in 5 minutes and just round things up. Yeah. Don't forget, if you're leaving us now, tomorrow the last round is at 10 o'clock, not at 2:30. So I'll make sure if you're tuning in that you tune in at 10 o'clock, please. All right, bye for Okay, so we're back on. Just to round up, and yeah, finish up and have a look at maybe just the remaining games that are going. So Stephen Jones is not finished his game yet against who's he playing? Taran Kanyamurala, but he's about to win. There's just nothing that Black can do. And as I say, we think that that's going to put Stephen Jones on board 2 in the last round.
Well, that's probably the most shocking upset of all time. Would you say?
What, that he's won this game?
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, let me just update the names because they're not quite there. It's not the most shocking upset of all time.
But isn't it surprising that someone like Jones, mind you, I suppose he's only on 6.5 out of. Sorry, 5. He's going to be on 5.5 out of 8, right? So that's +3, right? But do you think that reflects the standard of British? No, well, it is disrespect to Jones. If I'm saying that, it's so weak that.
Stephen Jones is having a fantastic tournament for him.
Yeah, he is, but I was kind of like saying that maybe this tournament's not very strong. Or maybe, no, I'm being harsh, aren't I? But his idea is to take on H7 with check. Well, exchange rooks. Exchange queen, sorry. And Black could just resign.
I don't know why he's bothering to play on.
He's just annoyed. The queen H7, and then you trade, and then after E3, that's the only try that Black has. You can play the move King G1, and there's probably other moves which win. Well, like moving. Well, actually, it's not so obvious what the other move is. So that would be your one trump, right? That you push this pawn, and the white rook somehow cannot deal with that pawn.
Yeah, well, that's going to happen.
He has resigned, by the way.
Oh, he's resigned.
He decided that that's enough. Well done, Jones. Fantastic result so far. Incredible underdog performance. Well, now he's got a chance to decide the fate of the British Championships. Yeah, that's right. Stephen Jones beat David Eggleston. Rather, I would say a lucky win, that one, because Eggleston made a horrible blunder. But this game, there's no fortune about it. He outplayed Taran. He's a very good player. Taran, someone I've lost to myself when I played him. So yeah, I mean, it's just a very good performance by Jones. That's all you could say. Incredible performance in this tournament. It looks like Jonah Willow's going to win as well.
Was there a massive tactic with G8 and Jonah Willow's game?
Oh, hang on, this has gone wrong here. Like, Sonny is giving it as a win for Black. No, sorry. In the Jonah Willow game,
yeah,
Don.
I just got this feeling there was a big tactic on G8.
Yeah, I don't know if we could maybe look earlier, but this doesn't look very interesting, this position.
Yeah,
It's completely winning. But...
right, yeah, so this is all the forces.
I think it was to G7 check intermediate to make it check all checks.
Right, so just to show that, so in this position here, if, for example, we try and make the same tactic and make a knight fork at the end of a little capturing sequence, queen takes G8 is check, queen takes and rook takes, but now in this position, of course, I don't take your rook and allow the fork, I just take your knight, and suddenly Black is winning.
But he goes queen G7 first, so he takes on G8 with check.
At distance, he could have missed that.
Yeah, so
but what was he in trouble before that though? Maybe. I mean, when was
Black's
he?
very much in trouble here, isn't he?
Yeah. So when was he not in trouble, and what could he have done to fix it? I think that's the interesting question. We
Danny,
need to go further back.
Danny, just to comment in the chat, which has a little bit even more interest to tomorrow's game. Apparently, Stephen Jones needs to win tomorrow for an IM run.
So we could get 2 of the weakest IMs ever in Villiers and Stephen Jones.
Villiers lost today.
No, I'm sorry. It's Stephen Jones. Hopefully you won't watch this broadcast back. But if you do, I'm joking. I'm joking. Fernandez, all these people are suddenly going to come into the tournament tomorrow. And I'm so motivated now just to prove Gormally wrong after they've stabbed me or something, But
it's not completely over. Black does have 2 pawns for the piece.
Terry Chapman, yeah, we saw a similar ending where Yi Chen managed to hold with Black much earlier in the tournament. Says here Terry Chapman lost today, so that makes the over 65s wide open. Fascinating. I'll be surprised if the over 65s isn't on pay-per-view. You know my opinion about senior chess, right, Adam?
You don't like it? You don't think it should be there?
Yeah, I just feel like it's a
Win
bit.
some of those, Dan.
Sorry?
You could win some of the over 50s.
I'll be in them soon, mate. I'll be in them. There'll be no hiding place.
Saying how great.
Yes, I wonder, will you start playing in those, Danny, or will you be a man true to your word and just...
Well, you know, based on
distance
past
yourself?
history, I think you can predict the
I think
outcome.
I can probably predict the outcome when you get invited to play the European Senior over 50s team championship.
But don't you
I
think
think
it's
I
a
know
bit,
what will
yeah,
be
it's a bit of an insult to older people. I feel the term senior feels like a bit of an insult. I don't know, maybe I'm one of these people that clings. Like there was a guy a few years ago who he was on one of these dating apps, and I think it might have been a Dutch businessman. He tried to go to court to force Tinder to allow him to lie about his age or something. There was something where he was lying about his age and claiming he was 35 when he was really 50 plus. So this, or maybe I'll get a wig soon as well. I'll probably get one of these wigs. Apparently Jimmy White, the snooker player, wears a wig, according to a YouTube video I was watching last
Was
night.
he over 65, Jimmy White?
No, he's not over 65. I think he's in his 50s, right?
50s?
He's not over 65.
No, but he was playing against a woman player in a league match. He lost. It was on YouTube. I was really impressed by the standard of women's snooker. Actually, I mean, we got a guy here in the audience, Steve Rush, who's ex-professional snooker player or semi-professional snooker player. He's known all the past greats from the snooker world, like Jimmy White, like Ronnie O'Sullivan. I think you met Judd Trump. You've even played against. I think you played against Steve Davis.
Coach Trump. Wow.
Coach Judd Trump, yeah.
At one point.
And he's also a chess player as well. So he's a man of many talents.
Not that good a chess player.
No, yeah,
I have my moments.
yeah. But yeah, snooker, and I think it's fair to say, Steve, that snooker and chess are kind of quite similar, right?
Yeah.
In they're quite cerebral. And you often actually hear about sportsmen. People say, well, sportsmen, you know, people like footballers, they're thickos. I actually completely disagree with that. I was reading something recently where they said that there were these people doing these studies into this, and they said that high-level sportsmen, the neurological, you know, abilities are pretty impressive. People like Lionel Messi, which makes sense, right? Because yeah, someone like Lionel Messi also has a very good understanding of pattern recognition. He can see the game developing in front of him, a bit like chess players. Anyway, I'm going on one of my tangents again.
Oh, I like it. Very good, very good. Yeah, so there's still some work to do in this game, but if Jonah Willow does win, then it looks like he's going to get possibly Mickey Adams on board once more.
But do you think it's surprising that Nick Pert is going to be behind Jones going into the final round? So Nick Pert is not even going to play Fernandez. I think that's the one thing Fernandez will take from today, although it's a disappointing day for him. At least, I suppose there's a bright side, which is that, you know, no disrespect to Jones, but he's going to play Jones in the final round. I think he will win that game. And so the pressure will be on Mickey Adams to win probably a tougher game against Jonah Willow to avoid the playoff. So I think that obviously that Adams Jonah Willow game, I think it will effectively decide the destiny of the tournament. If that game ends up being a draw, my prediction of 7 out of 9 could effectively be being an accurate one. It's not as people were predicting like 8.5 earlier in the tournament.
Yeah.
It's not that easy to get 8.5, even for people like Michael Adams. You know, the pressure is huge. You're playing against very good players. It's not easy to win the games.
So yeah, somebody in the chat makes a very good point, which is that none of this is certain. It does depend on the game Richard Pert versus William Claridge Hansen as well. So we shouldn't be getting ahead of ourselves too much in terms of who's playing who in the top two boards.
Oh, so but really the only one that will stop the Jones pairing is surely Richard Pert, right? Like if Richard Pert wins, then he would play Fernandez maybe, but I think he's the only one, right? Because of colours. Surely
because of colours.
They'll possibly. But you said earlier in the tournament they also do it on rating as well, right?
Yeah.
But who's the other guy who's like rated high enough? Like Claridge Hansen isn't much higher than Jones anyway, so I think they'd go with I think they're most likely Richard.
Well, it's almost 150. It's 150 points higher.
Well, Richard was very disappointed yesterday to draw. Very disappointed, because I think he said to me that he would been right in the mix. With chance to win the tournament, not chance necessarily to win the tournament. At least you get up there. You play someone like Adams. That's the thing. You want to be up there. You don't want to be like lurking around like at the fringes of the event. He said to me that the board that he was playing on was very, very dark. It was very difficult to see anything. Apparently, there was a bit of aggro with his game against Max Turner. Somebody said Richard or somebody felt that Max was leaning over the board too much. Tension is really getting very, very high in the tournament. Could we see punches being thrown?
Who knows? Okay, I think we're going to wrap that up for today, guys. Thank you very much for tuning in, and I really hope that you tune in tomorrow as well. Don't forget, 10 o'clock start. Should be a very exciting final round. And yeah, we'll see you then. Have a great evening. Bye for now.
Cheers.